How much of sex do you really need? A question whose answer one must find by himself. Humans and animals have many things in common. One of them is sex. And the question that comes to mind is exactly how much sex humans should have, how much one should indulge in the act of sex. And this question brings a very interesting story to our rescue. It is a virtual story, but it is significant in many ways. During the evolution of this world, it is said God decided to give out sex life to each animal. God turned to the human and said, I am giving you 10 years of a good sex life. The man makes a face. Is that all? He asks. I have only that much to go around, fellow. I cannot give you more than that, says God. He then turns to the monkey and says, I am giving you 20 years of a good sex life. The monkey says, Oh, I don't really that much. 10 years would be more than enough for me. The man standing nearby overhears this and says excitedly, I will take it. I will take those extra 10 years. All right, says God, you got it. He then turns to the lion. I am going to give you 20 years of good sex life. The lion replies, You know, God, I really think I would be happier with just 10 more years. The man starts hopping up and down. I will take them. I will take the other 10 years. You can have them, says God to the man. He turns to the donkey and says, Now I am going to give you 20 years of good sex life. Is that all right with you? The donkey says, To tell you the truth, I would also be satisfied with just 10. God gives the man the other 10 years too. This story explains why a man has 10 years of a good sex life, 10 years of monkeying around, 10 years of lying about it, and then 10 years of making an ass out of himself. Marriages break, relationships break when lust enters your life. And when lust is the reason for your breakup, no matter where you go, the past is going to repeat mindlessly unless you become mindful. Life repeats itself mindlessly unless you become mindful. It will go on repeating like a wheel. When you are not satisfied with anything and you go on asking for more and you go on making your life more of a confusion. Do more is the negative connotation of a desire that thrives in total ignorance. Astrology has a perfect name for this do more phenomena, and that is called RAHU, the North Node. Today, the world is under the spell of RAHU, which is Kali Yuga, age of demons. People want more. Rahu is a perfect representation of this want more tendency of the present world. And that is why people are not satisfied with what they have, and they are running, chasing to satisfy their unending desires. So much so that the only place they finally would rest is in the graveyard. That too is out of compulsion, else they would not have stopped. Diogenes was an enlightened seer whom Alexander the Great wanted to meet. He had heard many great things about this enlightened man, that he is some kind of a Messiah, a man of miracle. So one day, Alexander went to meet Diogenes. And Diogenes was rejoicing in the river water. He was having a good, relaxing bath. Alexander came near the river shore and said, "Sir, I have been thinking of you. I have been waiting to meet you. I have heard many of your miracles. I would love to offer you anything that you would wish for. My heart is waiting to hear. Just ask whatever you want." And Diogenes said, "Just step back from where you are standing. You have blocked the sun rays that were so lovingly showering on me." Alexander was taken aback. Who would dare to speak to an emperor in this manner? Only someone who is totally mad or someone who is totally wise. And this man was certainly not mad. The whole kingdom worshipped him and admired his great powers. Emperor Alexander the Great stepped backward and then he said, "If God ever asked me what I would want to be in my next life, I would ask him to make me Diogenes." And Diogenes laughed and said, "How stupid are you? Why would you want to wait for so long? Come, join me, leave everything behind and just dive in the river. Why would you want to wait for so long? Just come and relax. Rejoice in nature. Find yourself. Feel the bliss within." Alexander smiled and said, "I still want to capture the whole world. I still want to do so many things. I still want to capture many kingdoms. I want to rule the world. Once I capture all of this world, then I will come and join you. And I will be back soon." And Alexander went away, but was never able to come back. Alexander died. You try to become Alexander and you will never be satisfied. You want more and more and more, and then there is no way to come out of it. In a way, Alexander is a perfect representation of over-ambitious and over-indulging nature. Such a mind is never satisfied. Such a mind is restless. For such a mind, there is no coming to truth. For such a person, the lust for power and money is larger than life. For such a man, lust is beyond life. When lust overshadows life, you will never be able to come back. You will be totally lost. Diogenes is then beyond your reach. The master is then beyond your reach. Alexander was not able to come back. He wanted to join Diogenes. He wanted to be like Diogenes, but his desires would not allow him. His lust for power would not let him. Diogenes in this story symbolizes God consciousness. Consciousness wants you to sit back, do some soul searching, try to realize yourself, but your mind is not willing to. Your mind is running behind power, status, money, and just like Alexander, you are making a false attempt to assure God that once you earn all of this, you will return. And God is laughing because this never happens. When Alexander said, I will come back when I conquer the world, Diogenes was also laughing. He had laughed and said, remember, nobody can come back unless one is aware. And if you are aware at this moment, the journey stops. If you are not aware, you will never come back. And Alexander never could come back. The more you would indulge in satisfying your desires, the more the desires would tend to grow. Desires never end unless the spirit is willing. The body continues to surrender to desires. Somewhere you have to learn to stop. Some point you have to sit back and join Diogenes, because Diogenes is enjoying life in the blissful presence of God. He is asking you to join. It is up to you if you want to take a break and do some soul searching, or you are happy to slog day and night in the mad race for money and power. The choice is yours. What you choose is what you become. Diogenes or Alexander, consciousness or ignorance, for the world is divided into these two polarities. And life always gives you an opportunity to choose. You have to decide. At every stage, life gives you an opportunity to decide. For the future of your journey is based on the choice that you make. You are free to choose, but you are not free from the consequences of your choices. Life becomes a problem when lust overshadows life, and life becomes a garden of bliss when life rises above lust. The key to your promising future is very much in your hands. You are the sculptor of your life. You have no one to blame but your own decisions. Your unhappiness ultimately arises not from the circumstances of your life, but from the conditioning of your mind. Alexander the Great was also not able to resist his temptations. Even though he was an emperor, he was still a slave of his desires. Desires have engulfed everyone. We all are victims of our own desires. But far, somewhere, enlightened Diogenes is enjoying his bath in the river. He is happily enjoying the chirping of the birds, the blossoming of the flowers, the dance of the trees. He has no desires. There is no rush. He is living in the moment. He truly is a free man. For true freedom is freedom from desires. And he is inviting Alexander, who is enslaved by his desires. But Alexander is not willing. His desire would not let him. And that is the greatest irony of this human life. If you are taking a break, the world is quick to undermine you, because the world is Alexander, and they too want to take a break like you. They too want to become a Diogenes, but only after they have satisfied all their desires. And the truth is, desires never end. They continue to grow When the glass becomes full, it tends to grow. The scale of your freedom is based on the scale of your awareness. All religious scriptures, all arts of yoga, all ways of meditation are simply to awaken you, to bring awareness to you. Magic or any negativity won't harm you if you live in awareness. Awareness helps you to stay positive. You become a victim of negative energies when you tend to move away from awareness, from consciousness. The whole purpose of this human life is to raise the level of your consciousness. Cravings and desires will never end unless you start living with awareness. The first step towards living a blissful life is to awaken. Craving and desire are the cause of all unhappiness. Everything sooner or later must change. So do not become attached to anything. Instead, devote yourself to God. Meditate on God's name. Meditate.
Fear sells faster than faith. Sad, but this is the reality of human life. And so, from the last many decades, traditional astrologers and so called pundits have literally fooled people by creating fear in their minds. Fear of the so called Kala Sarpa Yoga. The so called Pandits and Babas declared to the world that when all planets fall between Rahu and Ketu, Kala Sarpa Yoga is formed. In reality, it is not a Kala Sarpa Yoga, but a highly spiritual yoga that brings a great transformation within the native, who has this wonderful placement of having all planets between the axes of Rahu and Ketu. Rahu is the epitome of desires, all kind of desires. Ketu is the epitome of desirelessness, total shunya, total emptiness, total zero. Rahu is interested in becoming. Rahu is interested in becoming a hero. Ketu is interested in becoming a zero. Between these two ends, desire and desirelessness is the story of your life. So basically, what happens when all your planets fall between Rahu and Ketu? The answer is simple. You tend to swing towards these two ends. Sometimes you are very spiritual, and sometimes you are very materialistic, pleasure seeking person. And because you keep swinging from one end to the other end, there is no stability in life. So that is the next point. This swinging brings constant change in life. Your life becomes like the phases of the moon. At times it is total dark, Amavasya, and at times it is total bright, Purnima. So, instability, constant change in life, and indecisiveness is a peculiar trait of this yoga. However, it is necessary to remember that the many changes and upheavals in life eventually shape the person into a much matured, evolved person. So, this so called Kala Sarpa Yoga is actually a great transformative yoga that takes you through a roller coaster and in the process transforms you into a beautiful person. The only condition is that the native should have a certain quality to his horoscope. In an evolving soul's horoscope or in an evolved soul's horoscope, this beautiful transformative yoga can work wonders, and the native can attain great heights of success in the material world as well as also attain progress on his spiritual path. So far, you have understood the significance of this great transformative yoga, which unfortunately has been labeled as a Kala Sarpa Yoga. I assume that the man who named this beautiful transformative yoga as Kala Sarpa Yoga must have been playing the good old game Snakes and Ladders. I will now quickly share the significance of this transformative yoga based on the house placement of Rahu and Ketu in your birth chart. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in first house and Ketu in seventh house, then it simply is an indication that much is going to happen in and around the marriage and health. It may happen that by going through difficult, challenging marriage experiences, the person may evolve and attain certain wisdom. In certain cases, this placement brings the tendency of self glorification. Many self styled God men have this placement. This is a highly sensitive placement and provides a perfect stage for self glorification. However, if the horoscope is of good quality, if the person is an evolved soul, then this can also lead to self transformation. If the horoscope has the blessings of Jupiter, then this placement becomes very positive. So Jupiter need to be strong in the birth chart. This is a placement that has a certain karmic lessons for the native. The native need to understand the fact that the desire of self glorification and attachment to the partner is the primary cause of his miseries. If this understanding or realization comes, then the native evolves and attains higher level of consciousness. When all planets are clubbed between the Rahu in second house and Ketu in eighth house, then it is simply an indication that much is going to happen in and around the family matters, money, bank loans, debts, and this is also highly accidental prone placement. Person comes across sudden happenings that either pull him down or rise him up. This is a perfect placement that continues to bring a lot of fluctuation in financial conditions. Sometimes the person is super rich and the other time almost bankrupt. This is a placement. This is a placement that has a certain karmic lessons for the native. The native need to understand the fact that the desire of accumulating money and attachment to family is the primary cause of his miseries. If this understanding comes, then the native evolves and attains higher level of consciousness. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in third house and Ketu in ninth house, then it simply is an indication that the native is going to take many risks and has the drive to do more in his field of work. Such a native is a workaholic, adventurous by nature, and constantly is on the move. The whole story of life revolves around creativity, adventures, travels, and a lot of communication. In fact, this placement has the potential to bring the best communication specialist who also happens to be a good seller. It is a good placement for material success since it is very much action oriented. This is a placement that has a certain karmic lessons for the native. The native need to understand the fact that the desire of doing too much and being greedy is the primary cause of his miseries. If this understanding comes, then the native evolves and attains higher level of consciousness. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in 4th house and Ketu in 10th house, then it simply is an indication that much is going to happen in and around the mother, home, and the native is going to struggle to find balance between home and office work. This is a very difficult placement as Rahu in 4th directly impacts the mental health of the native. This placement has a strong indication of making you an emotional fool. The native struggles in life, faces certain mental problems, may need the assistance of a psychiatric or psychologist in life. If planets are placed in the 8th and 6th house, then this placement becomes more difficult and challenging for the native. This is a placement that has a certain karmic lessons for the native. The native need to understand the fact that the attachment towards home, mother, properties, and the tendency of clinging is the primary cause of his miseries. If this understanding comes, then the native evolves and attains higher level of consciousness. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in 5th house and Ketu in 11th house, then it simply is an indication that much is going to happen in and around the matters of love affairs, relationships, as well as the native may also take great interest in entrepreneurship and is very much inclined towards self learning, the many arts and sciences that can bring a certain glory or glamour in his life. This placement has a strong indication of making you a risk taker who loves to gamble. The native goes through many love relationships but is never happy and is always longing for divine love, which he never finds in life. If planets are placed in the 8th and 6th house, then this placement becomes more difficult and challenging for the native. This is a placement that has a certain karmic lessons for the native. The native need to understand the fact that you cannot experience true love or divine love in love relationships, because in relationships there are always expectations, and so love is never unconditional in relationships. However, when you seek the Buddha, when you seek Lord Krishna, when you seek Jesus, then you can experience that divine love which you have been seeking all your life but not able to find it, because you have been knocking on the wrong door. If this understanding comes, then the native evolves and attains higher level of consciousness and experiences the divine unconditional love at the feet of the compassionate master. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in 6th house and Ketu in 12th house, then it is simply an indication that much is going to happen in and around the matters of service, physical fitness, tackling the games of your secret enemies at work, and finding retreat whenever possible so that you can recharge yourself to go back in the market and continue with your tryst with destiny. In an evolved soul's chart, this placement brings a strong desire of serving the society, the poor. An evolved soul with this placement wants to end poverty and ignorance. He wants to end all diseases and inequality of opportunity. This placement has the potential to give birth to great doctors, politicians, and social workers. However, as Lao Tzu says, too much is the only sin. So, when you become too much entangled in serving the society, you tend to move away from your self awareness journey. And so, the karmic lesson for this placement is that the native understands the significance of balancing the act. That the sooner he understands the importance of balancing the act, the more it will be good for him. Else, he will never be able to focus on his self growth journey, which indeed is not good for his future birth cycles. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in 7th house and Ketu in 1st house, then the whole focus is on the marriage matters and the marriage partner. Sex becomes a major focus of life, and the person continues to seek satisfaction in his sexual relationships, but always remains unsatisfied. It is not that the native doesn't find good sexual partners. He finds, and the woman provides him all kind of sexual pleasures. But still this man remains unsatisfied. He always wants more. He wonders what's wrong with him, but he can't stop. He continues to seek more sex, but remains utterly unsatisfied in his quest for sex. In a poor horoscope, this placement can lead to sexual intercourse with prostitutes. However, if the horoscope is of good quality and Ketu is powerful with a strong support of Lord Jupiter, then this Rahu in 7th house can dilute the negative results and provide positive results in the matters of marriage, business, and relationships. The karmic lesson for this placement is that the native understands the fact that having sex is like having fried food. When you are eating fried food, you always want to have more and more because that's what happens with oil. Similarly, sex is like oily or fried food. You want to have more and more and more, and in this mad pursuit, you make an ass of yourself. Even if this realization comes, then I would say the karmic lesson has done what needs to be done. It has brought a certain insight and understanding to your being, making you much more matured person who in next birth will focus less on sex and more on his self evolution. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in 8th house and Ketu in 2nd house, then the whole focus is on understanding what lies beneath. Such a person is always such a person is always very much interested in knowing that which is not seen by the naked eyes. He is a great investigator and also loves to research a certain subject with great passion. If the overall horoscope is positive and Jupiter, Moon, and Mercury are well placed, then this placement can bring a certain transformation within, leading the native to many wonderful spiritual experiences. Such a person such a person is always in search of deep, intimate relationship. He seeks a soul mate. Ideally, such a person is found to have great depth of understanding and in fact is always taking efforts to realize his higher self. This transformative yoga of all planets falling between Rahu in 8th and Ketu in 2nd is highly transformative in nature and has the ability to transform the most sinful person into a saint. However, if the horoscope is poor, then such a native gets dragged into the ugly world of black magic. However, if the horoscope is poor, then such a native gets dragged into the ugly world of black magic, hypnotism, and thereby gets lost. He becomes a lost man. The karmic lesson is to realize the futility of this human life and to understand the hard truth and reality of human life. To put it in Buddha's words, it is to understand the fact that life is suffering. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in 9th house and Ketu in 3rd house, then the whole focus is on learning, higher education, interaction with spiritual gurus, deep interest in philosophy studies, and moreover, a life dedicated to attaining higher knowledge. In a way, this is a positive placement to which in a way, this is a positive placement. However, the karmic lesson is to realize the fact that knowledge burdens you. However, the karmic lesson for this placement is of such a higher level that rarely does the native self realizes this hard truth that knowledge burdens you. Bhagwan Raman Maharshi says, why do you wish to burden yourself with more knowledge and suffer more? Always remember, whole life you may gather knowledge, but this futile exercise will not help you grow spiritually. Whereas when you surrender to your Guru, then you no longer need to carry the burden of knowledge. Then the dust of knowledge is wiped out, and then you are able to realize the self. And then you are able to realize the self. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in 10th house and Ketu in 4th house, the person is very much driven towards his career. He is so much obsessed with his career that he may simply ignore his personal life, his family life, and just keep running like a racing horse to reach a certain goal. Goal, that is the word. These are goal oriented people. They do well professionally, but they fail miserably in their personal life. The karmic lesson is to realize the futility of being one dimensional. That is to stop focusing only on career and work. Instead, find a balance. Focus on balancing your professional life with your personal life. It is necessary to remember that even if you earn millions of dollars, but still, if you are not able to spend time with your kid in a garden or in a shopping mall, if you are not able to be with your loved ones on their birthdays, then what is the point of all this money and status? Think and meditate on my words. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in 11th house and Ketu in 5th house, the person has excellent networking skills. In fact, the current age is the networking age. Social media has become the most significant part of human life, and native with this placement knows exactly how to use it to their advantage. Many social media personas have this placement. They also have a strong inclination towards fulfilling their desires of attaining large amount of wealth in life. Many native with this placement are good money makers. The only condition is that Rahu must be placed in a sign of Mercury, Venus, or Moon. The karmic lesson for this placement is to understand the fact that when you focus too much on the outward, when you start interacting with many people, you may become materially rich, but spiritually you become poor. Because the more you drive yourself on the outward, the more you move away from yourself, the more you are moving away from your center. And this moving away from yourself is indeed a sign of spiritual poverty. Though on the outside you may be glittering with many diamonds and rubies, however, spiritually you become poor. So, the deep karmic lesson of this placement is to find balance in your life. That you spend some time with the outer world, but also find time to spend with your inner world, your inner soul. It is perfectly fine to go in the market and share your feelings, but it is also important that for certain intervals you are able to go back into your inner world. You are able to shut the doors and spend some quality time with yourself. When all planets are clubbed between Rahu in 12th house and Ketu in 6th house, then the whole life is revolving towards serving the people in some way or the other. Many a times in an evolved soul's horoscope, such a placement signifies a native who is happy to serve without having any agenda or goal. Basically, selfless service is one beautiful aspect of this placement. I personally am fond of this placement as it also brings a great deal of spiritual bliss and wisdom in the native's life. Of course, for that, the native need to have a certain quality to his horoscope. He need to have an inclination towards spiritual practice such as daily chanting and daily meditations. However, overall, this is a very high level placement, especially when it is seen in an evolved soul's horoscope. The karmic lesson is to realize the futility of human life, to realize the sufferings that attachment brings in life, and to basically slowly get completely immersed into the higher octave of life by surrendering totally to the Guru, the divine compassionate master. Overall, all the placement of Rahu from 1st house to 12th house is positive provided the soul has a certain depth of understanding. This placement of having all planets between Rahu and Ketu also signify that the person is always an extremist. He always goes to the extreme ends. There is extremity, there is intensity, there is extremism, there is intensity, there is a deep passion. These all are good qualities, and that's why many great people have born, and that's why many great men and women have this kind of placements. That is, they have all their planets between Rahu and Ketu. And they have gone through great transformations, and they have also attained great height of success in their material life as well as in their spiritual life. This placement works wonders when you have a certain depth of understanding. Remember, I am only responsible for what I say, not for what you understand. Based on the level of your understanding, you will understand what I am saying. And understanding is not taught in any universities or colleges. Understanding becomes deeper only when you start turning inwards. And when you are able to do so, and you will be able to do so only if you are a blessed soul. Otherwise, like many of them, you will continue to criticize and hurt others by remaining ignorant throughout your life. Always remember, what the scriptures say is irrelevant. What an experienced man says is more relevant. But the majority lives with ignorance, and so they will believe in the scriptures, but they will not believe in what a living being is saying. Sad, but the hard reality of life. The intelligence, the real intelligence is when you question the scriptures, when you start looking within to find the real answers and not within the scriptures. always remember, real intelligence is far superior to intellectuality. And intelligence is always an inborn quality. You may have many daughters and many sons, but they all may not have intelligence. Only one child out of the many will have this inborn intelligence, and that child can become your true successor. This reminds me of a beautiful story. An old man, very rich, was puzzled because he had three sons. The problem was that all three sons were born simultaneously. Their age was the same. Otherwise, in the East, the eldest son inherits. Otherwise, in the East, the eldest son is always the successor. The problem for the old man was who was going to inherit, because all these three were of the same age. He asked a wise man, "What should I do? How should I decide who should inherit?" The old wise man gave him a certain method. The old wise man, the man went home. He gave 1,000 silver pieces to each son and told them, "Go to the market, purchase seeds of flowers." They went. They purchased seeds. Carts and carts came, full of seeds, because 1,000 silver pieces in ancient days was big money. And just flower seeds, when all the flower seeds had come, all that the three had brought, they said, Now what?" Their father said, "I am going on a pilgrimage. It may take 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You have to keep these seeds with you, and when I come back, I will ask for the seeds to be given to me. And this is going to be a test also, because whosoever proves wise will inherit my whole property. So be careful." And then he went on the pilgrimage. The first son thought, "This is a strange test. If he comes after 3 years, these seeds will simply die, and he will ask for the living seeds. So the best way is to sell them in the market, keep the money, and when he comes back, purchase new seeds again, fresh and young." Very economical, mathematical, and he did that. The second son thought, "What this brother is doing is not right, does not seem to be right, because our father had specifically said, these same seeds I would like to be returned. So I will keep these seeds." He made arrangements in the basement of the house, put all the seeds there, locked it, and said, "Now whenever he comes, I will give him the key and say, these are the seeds." But the third son had a different idea. He said, "Seeds kept in a basement will not remain alive. They need soil. By the time our father returns, they will not be the same seeds, because they will be dead. They cannot sprout. How can you call them the same seeds? The seeds that our father has given us can sprout, can become trees. One seed can produce millions of seeds. That is what he has given. And when he comes after 3 years, those seeds will not be able to produce a single seed, a single sprout. This is not the way." He went behind their house. They had much land, and he sowed the seeds all over the land. Each year they become 1,000-fold more. After 3 years, when the father came, he could not believe his eyes. As far as he could see, his whole land was full of flowers. He asked the other sons. They had certainly failed the test. He said, "The third son inherits my property, because he knows how to expand, how to increase." One seed can make a whole earth green. One man can make a huge positive difference. That one man can be you. You can be that man, a positive man, a faithful man, a man who can be patient, a man who lives his life by surrendering himself to the divine, compassionate Master. If you are such a beautiful man, then let me tell you, there is no need of any pujas, there is no need to be afraid of any fake yogas such as Kal Sarpa Yoga. Because remember, one good seed can make a whole earth green. You are that seed. I have faith in you. I love you. God loves you, and God is always kind. Have faith in His process. He can do more with your life than you can. Surrender to God and relax. Stop worrying about the destination. Let the journey become the destination. Always remember, the journey is not towards God. The journey is with God. Love to all my fellows. Very soon I will be reaching out to you all through YouTube Live. After all, this whole effort is simply to help you all, beautiful, good hearted fellows, to find your answers. Answers that can help you attain the higher realms of consciousness. Consciousness is bliss, ignorance is misery. Love to each one of you. Stay blessed and remember to chant every day. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Jai Sri Ganesha. Jai Guru. Ashwini falls in Aries. In Aries, Ketu is in the mood of fighting battles. Ketu is action oriented here. Ketu is rough, rash driving, and all sorts of adventures. In Aries, Ketu takes action first and then thinks later. In a spiritual point of view, such a person is always welcomed by the Master, because that is exactly what the Master wants, a disciple who is ready to jump first and think later. Or to put it in Sant Kabir's words, a man who is ready to cut his head, meaning drop his logic, such a man is always welcomed. Kabir says, only that man can join him who is ready to cut his head, meaning who is ready to drop all his intellectualism and logic. Peter the fisherman must have been a Ashwini Ketu man, because he meets Jesus for the very first time in his life. He is not even aware who Jesus is, but he could see that there is something divine in the eyes of Jesus. And so when Jesus says, "Follow me, I will make you the fisher of men," Peter the fisherman simply drops everything and starts following Jesus. He is not even bothered about his business. He simply jumps into the unknown and becomes an ardent follower of Jesus. Ashwini, Ashwini is just like this. This Ketu Nakshatra of Ashwini is actually a very clean hearted and highly adventurous by nature. Ashwini brings a certain innocence which attracts the blessings of the Guru. Always remember, innocence is the door. Through innocence, you enter into beauty. The more innocent you become, the more existence becomes beautiful. Do you know why Lord Shiva loves Nandi so much? Nandi is a bull, and the most striking quality of a bull is his innocence. Lord Shiva is the epitome of innocence. That is why he is also addressed as Bhole Baba, meaning the innocent master. And Nandi, the bull, is also very innocent. Look at his dedication towards Shiva. He is always found facing the Shiva Lingam, always meditating on the name of Shiva. Innocence comes only to a man who is walking on the spiritual path with absolutely no agenda. Ashwini is just like that. Ketu's Ashwini has absolutely no agenda. It's like a wild child. It can simply strike just the way a missile strikes. The missile never decides on whom to strike. Similarly, Ketu's Ashwini never has its own say. It is always led by others who try to manipulate or direct them. Depending on the quality of the chart, this Ashwini missile will strike. It can strike gold or it can also strike people and cause much bloodshed. So in Ashwini, Ketu's avatar is of Lord Shiva in his Tandav avatar. Magha falls in Leo, a sign of glamour and power. Here Ketu is well settled and loves to operate in a commanding position. Either this can lead to a commanding chief or a great spiritual master who has mastered himself. Magha is where the intelligence of Ketu shines forth. Ketu is the very source of intelligence because Ketu pulls you inwards. Your inward journey begins only by the grace of the Guru, who uses the energy of Ketu to initiate you on the Buddha path, the spiritual path. And so Magha is indeed the most intelligent nakshatra of all 27 nakshatras. And that is why it is also referred as the seat of supreme power. Power dwells only where divine intelligence dwells. Intelligence is power. And that's Magha. The nakshatra of Ketu is directly connected with the sign of authority, Leo. When Sun and Ketu are positive in the chart, then Magha can bring much fame and power in life. Magha is a real taskmaster. Magha becomes the seat of Ketu where he sits and does what he does at its best. Where he sits and then he does what he is best at. And that is the evolution of spiritualism. Here the spirituality of Ketu evolves. Magha's intelligence finds the limelight and brings recognition in society. Leo is a sign of intelligence, divine intelligence. Leo is directly connected with the heart, and intelligence is born in your heart. Aquarius is a sign of intellectuality. In the sign of Leo, Ketu's nakshatra, Magha is found, the seat of intelligence. And one who is intelligent is the real king. In the sign of Aquarius, Rahu's nakshatra, Shatabhisha is dwells. Shatabhisha is found. The seat of intellectualism is Shatabhisha, and one who is intellectual remains far away from the ultimate consciousness. Always remember, intellectualism blocks your inner growth. Intelligence is of the heart. Leo is the sign of heart, and it is in Leo that Ketu has a very prominent role to play through his nakshatra Magha. Intellectualism is of the head. Aquarius is the sign of head, and it is in Aquarius that Rahu has a very prominent role to play through his nakshatra Shatabhisha. The beginning happens through Ashwini. The real work, spiritual progress happens through Magha. Magha therefore remains a highly transformative nakshatra. Much happens through Magha. Mula nakshatra is the highest peak of Ketu. Here, Ketu is simply not interested in silly adventures and power games. Rather, here, Ketu is interested in exploring the higher meaning of life. And higher meaning of life is realized only when you go through the fire of suffering. And so, suffering has a noble purpose, the evolution of consciousness and the burning up of the ego. And that's why Mula have to become a strict master who would make you go through all kind of difficult exams just so that you evolve to greater heights of consciousness and your ego is burned up totally. Mula therefore is the highest nakshatra because nobody would like to do such a tough job which Mula does, the job of making you suffer so that you evolve and come face to face with the reality of life. Common people, shallow people, less evolved souls fear Mula because they want a typical comfortable life. Mummy, mummy, daddy, daddy, and all those beautiful homes and all those comfort zones. They forget the fact that nothing ever grows in comfort zones. If you see back in the history, then you will find that all great men and women have had to go through many sufferings. They never had the comfort zones and the red carpet treatment. They had to make their own way. They had to make their own mark in this human world. Mula is therefore also called as the cutting machine because it simply cuts all that which is unnecessary. It simply shares a message with you, and the message is that much has to be cut, only the essential has to be kept. And so, to understand what is essential, Mula brings you to the point where you stop looking outward and start looking inwards. That is how your inward journey begins. And then, as your self inquiry grows, as you start meditating, as you start chanting daily, you realize what is essential, and the rest you simply drop by choice. It all depends on what level of horoscope you have. If you have a typical Baniya level horoscope, meaning materialistic horoscope, then Mula may not suit your system, and then you may simply become frustrated. However, if your horoscope is spiritually inclined, then Mula can truly work wonders in your life. Of course, Mula will do its job of taking you through a roller coaster and giving you many sufferings, because those sufferings and experiences would eventually become a blessing in disguise. But those sufferings and experiences would eventually become a blessing in disguise. A day comes when you simply transform into a wise person, a much matured person. So, if you observe closely, then the whole journey of Ketu's nakshatras, starting from Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius, is to simply bring you face to face with the reality of human life. It is to help you realize that this whole circus of human life is useless and there is no end to desires. After one desire ends, another desire would arise, and you would be always seen standing in the queue of desires. So, the message of Ketu is very loud and clear. Start turning inwards, because true lasting happiness is not to be found on the outside but inside you. Those who have listened to this message have truly evolved in their life, and those who haven't are still living a life of many miseries and frustrations. It always depends on the level of your antenna. If your antenna is in good shape, you will be able to tune in to the channel of Ketu. And if your antenna is of poor quality, then all you will see is an error message on the screen of your life. Love to all my close followers. Happy Hanuman Jayanti. I love Hanuman, and all those who love Hanuman are truly devotional by heart, because the other name for Hanuman is devotion, bhakti. Because Hanuman is one of the best example of how a disciple should devote and surrender his life at the feet of his master. Jai Sri Ram, Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. Adra falls in the sign of Gemini. Adra means wet. This wetness relates to the teardrop that flows from the eyes of Lord Shiva. Tears may come out of joy or tears may come out of grief. If you have worked towards your self growth, then you will often cry. But those tears will come out of joy. Those tears will come out of compassion. And if you have been utterly ignorant and always focused outward, then you will end up crying in much suffering, grief, resentment, and pain. Once, when I was traveling through the Sahyadri mountains, I met a great yogi, and he said, when your teardrops are cold, you are crying out of joy. And when your teardrops are warm, you are crying out of pain. And this is so true. Adra means wet. This wetness is caused by tears. And when is it that tears start flowing through your eyes? Only when you cannot express your joy or when you cannot express your pain. Only then tears flow through your eyes. Adra is therefore a nakshatra that takes you through a lot of melodrama, in which you may cry out of joy as well as you may often cry out of pain. But life is never boring when it comes to Adra. A woman born on Adra is like a wild storm. You cannot dominate her. In fact, women born on Adra have been at the forefront of the woman empowerment movement. If you are planning to marry a woman born on Adra, then you should first understand that she is going to require her space. She is going to require her freedom, her right to make a good career for herself. Basically, Adra born female, of course, with a good supporting chart, is highly ambitious and career oriented by nature. And even if they don't work, still, even as a housewife, they ensure that they are always at the forefront when it comes to making major family decisions. And what to say about a man born on Adra? He is a highly intellectual person, excellent in communication skills, and loves to live an adventurous life. Other native women or men like to have a constant change or some kind of stimulation in their work life as well as love life. Always remember, relationship begins with communication. The more you chat with a person, the more you come closer to that person. And so it is said that a relationship begins over a cup of coffee. Many a times, through the course of chatting and talking, you feel that the person is perfect for you. But then, later you realize that your observation was wrong. Other natives either get fooled in a relationship or they fool their partner in a relationship. Depending on the placement of the chart, either you become a victim in a relationship or your partner becomes a victim in a relationship. Adra is full of spice, masala. This nakshatra brings a lot of restlessness. The native cannot stay at one place for long. The native cannot stay at one place for long. He or she continues to move on. And so it is somewhat dicey when it comes to dating a man or a woman born on Adra Nakshatra. Being polished is one significant trait of Adra Nakshatra. The person himself likes to live in a polished manner as well as expects that his partner also lives a polished life. Crudeness and shabbiness are what these people dislike. They are very particular when it comes to maintaining cleanliness and hygiene. Traveling is what comes naturally to a man or woman born on Adra. Constant movement is necessary when one is born on Adra. To a man or woman born with moon in Adra, life is interesting as long as they keep moving, traveling, and experiencing new places, new traditions, new cultures, and new people. People, yes, these natives want more people around them, and that makes them a social animal. They like to have many friends and even try their level best to stay connected with all their family members. Adra native always remembers. They have an excellent memory, and moreover, because they are fond of people, they always remember every face they meet. They have this special gift of remembering everybody, those who come in their life, and also those who take an exit from their life. You can say that Adra native is indeed a walking directory of contacts and connections. When it is Adra native, then you know that he is never going to forget your birthday. Adra person is very intense by nature. If he finds a woman without whom he cannot imagine his life, then he would give up the one night stands. Other native are extremely intense in their love relationships and also in the act of sex. At times, this intensity makes them possessive by nature, and the moment possessiveness takes over, love ceases to exist. Other men and women are highly sexual by nature. To them, love is incomplete without sex, without expectations being met, without having a proper deal that says, if I love you, then you also should love me. In reality, love is not a deal. But people expect that if I love you, then you also should love me. People talk a lot about love. Couples compose many poems when they fall in love. But just ask, if one of the partners is unable to provide sexual satisfaction, then will the other partner stay for long? Definitely not. And that is what the worldly love is at the lowest rung. Truth is hard, and I don't care whether it disturbs you because the mind never wants to know the truth, though it always says, I want to know the truth. That is how the nature of the mind is cunning. To hear the truth, you first have to be truthful to yourself. To hear the truth, you first have to remain open to change. And to hear the truth, you first have to learn to accept your mistake. Other natives find it very difficult to accept their mistake. And so they keep fighting, they keep arguing with others, trying to show them how the whole world is wrong and they are right. The best part that these natives like to play is the blame game. They just love to put blame on others, and that is how they go on missing the opportunity to learn, to evolve, and to mature in life. Less evolved souls blame others. For them, putting blame on others is the easiest escape route. Evolved souls never blame others. They accept their mistakes, and because they accept their mistakes, they learn from their mistakes, and that is how every phase of life they keep growing. Because you all must understand that a real growth is not about how much money you earn. Real growth is simply based on how much you as a person has evolved, how much awareness you have brought to your being, how much you have succeeded in expanding your consciousness. Adra native earns good money and good status in society, but fails miserably in experiencing the real growth, the growth within. Like all other Rahu nakshatras, Adra nakshatra brings a great deal of intellectualism to the native. These men and women are very much in their heads, highly logical, highly analytical. Their brain commands their heart, and that indeed becomes the root of all their problems and miseries. If you really want to upgrade yourself, then start moving towards your heart. Get out of your head and get into your heart. A one simple message to all those having Adra Nakshatra. And the message is start doing heart meditations and start chanting daily. Swati is the darling of our galaxy, probably the only nakshatra of Rahu that makes sense. Swati has the ability to bring a balance in your life. It can bring the head in tune with the heart. And when head is in tune with your heart, intelligence is born. And so Swati therefore is addressed as an intelligent nakshatra that knows how to balance life. Whenever any planet is in Swati Nakshatra, it balances the energy and the quality of that planet. Mercury in Swati is good. It simply gives a good balanced perspective and also gives good communication abilities. Moon in Swati is also good as it gives a good balanced mind that does good amount of work. Swami Vivekananda says a well balanced mind does the greatest amount of work. Sun in Swati also gives a good balanced character. Such a person's life is well balanced and he never does anything in excess. Anything done in excess spoils the whole purpose. Lao Tzu says, too much is the only sin. Swati therefore understands the perfect balance. Swati knows the beauty of relating. A wise man always understands the depth and beauty of Swati Nakshatra. A woman born on Swati is a blessing, a goddess, and a man born on Swati is a lovely human being. Being human is the most appealing slogan for Swati Nakshatra beings. It is indeed a real pearl. Swati has always been a special nakshatra that dwells in the neighborhood of wise, intelligent men. It resides in a high class locality of intellectuals. It is not a nakshatra that belongs to the lower class, but to the higher class. When I say high class, I mean high values, deep understanding, and a compassionate heart. Swati has all of it. Winning or success comes only when you show a certain quality, a certain class. Your words, your comments, your reactions simply show your class. And when it comes to Swati Nakshatra, the natives are quite sophisticated, having a balanced perspective. A perspective that is very much balanced towards matters of life in general. A mature native will never pass a comment that makes no sense or is offensive by nature. Instead, he will balance his act by choosing the right words at the right time. That's what the Western Pundits address as emotional intelligence. An emotionally intelligent person always stays balanced. Balancing is one word that Swati Nakshatra loves a lot. Natives born on Swati are indeed beautiful souls. They love to read books, they love to read poems. They are avid readers as well as also good writers. The best version of Swati The best version of Swati manifests when the native starts walking on the path of devotion, Bhakti Marg. The beautiful combination of Venusian Libra and Swati gives a perfect ground for an evolved soul to rejoice on the devotional path. He knows that there are many ways to reach God, but he chooses love, devotion. Shatabhisha Nakshatra is highly modern, unconventional, and progressive by nature. Long back during the good olden days of Indian television, an advertisement of a tomato ketchup brand used to run. And their punchline was, "It's different." Shatabhisha Nakshatra also can be expressed in just two words. It's different. Shatabhisha falls in Aquarius sign. People of this nakshatra are different and they also like everything that is different. Who knows that the man who created the punchline, it's different, may also have been of Shatabhisha nakshatra. Rahu loves all that is different, and Shatabhisha is the permanent home of Rahu because Rahu is also the ruler of Aquarius sign. Shatabhisha is highly intellectual by nature, and intellectual people find great pleasure in debating, abusing, offending others, and all of this gives them that much needed feeling of I am somebody. Shatabhisha Nakshatra, a brilliant glowing nakshatra, intellectual, extrovert, and all those qualities that has the potential to shape you into a scholarly person. Scholar. Yes, the people of Shatabhisha Nakshatra like this word a lot. Why? Because it's different. Anything that makes you different from the others is instantly liked by the men and women of Shatabhisha Nakshatra. Rahu always likes that which is different. So always remember, whenever anybody feels to have something different, it is a Rahu's calling. Women of Shatabhisha Nakshatra are too blunt and straightforward. Don't expect a traditional conservative type woman. These women are highly brilliant, intellectual, and can catch you red handed if you try to fake anything. Usually, you would Usually, you would see women of this nakshatra standing at the forefront when it comes to fighting for woman empowerment. They have a good friend circle and their networking abilities are great. If you ever want to hire a woman of this nakshatra for any job, go ahead. They will not disappoint you. Aquarius woman is not easy to handle. They are too advanced in their outlook towards life, and only that man should marry an Aquarius woman who can give her own space. Who can give her own space. Then the marriage can last for many years to come. Then the marriage can last for many years. All three nakshatras of Rahu are money making machines. They just make you a machine that makes money, nothing beyond that. And so, those who are considering money as their life goal, and so those who are considering money as their life goal, for them, Adra, Swati, and Shatabisha come as handy. But beyond money, there is not much to celebrate. Love is missing, happiness is missing, health is missing, and so then you see these men and women in miseries. But still, in the very beginning, I have said that these are purifying nakshatras. Why? Because when you fall in misery, either you take the gun in your hand and start shooting others, or you become more and more insightful, understanding, and mature. So you see, on what way does the chart incline is based on the placement of Jupiter. The stronger the Jupiter, the more these people are purified through the many sufferings and trials that they go through in their life. Is suffering really necessary? Yes and no. If you had not suffered as you have, there would be no depth to you as a human being, no humility, no compassion. Suffering cracks open the shell of ego, and then comes a point when it has served its purpose. Suffering is necessary until you realize it is unnecessary. Suffering has a noble purpose, the evolution of consciousness and the burning up of the ego. Now you see why I said Adra is a purifying nakshatra. It takes you through many ups and downs. Now you see Rahu ruled nakshatras are purifying nakshatras. They may take you through many ups and downs, pains and sufferings until you come to your senses, until you become aware of yourself, until a day comes when you start turning inwards. And that is exactly what a man and woman born on Rahu's nakshatras should do. It is very difficult for them because whole life they have been an extrovert. The focus has always been on the outward, but experience takes them through many difficult lessons of life. That if they take all these experiences positively, then in the later phase of their life, that is after the age of 42, they start becoming more and more meditative, but only if other positive aspects support. The pointers for Rahu Nakshatra ruled people is do not try to control others. Do not become so busy that you forget to enjoy the little moments of your life, and learn to spend some time with yourself. Start turning inwards. Meditate every day, chant the name of the Lord. You may have earned good money, but now it is time to earn peace, joy, and bliss, and that is possible only when you start chanting, when you start meditating every day. Meditate. To start your bike, you have to keep kicking multiple times until the golden moment comes when the bike starts, and then it never stops. You enjoy the ride, you experience the many wonderful moments as your spiritual journey progresses. Meditation is just like that. In the beginning, you will have to keep trying very hard. You will have to keep kicking. then slowly, the meditation will kick start, and then there is no turning back. The road is clear, and you are ready for the ride. Nelson Mandela mentions the same essence to his wife, Winnie Mandela, who was locked up in the prison. In his letter, Mandela writes to his wife, Winnie Mandela, Nelson Mandela mentions the same essence to his wife Winnie Mandela, who was locked up in the Kroonstand prison jail. Who was locked up in the Kroonstad prison jail. In his letter, Mandela writes to his wife, at least if for nothing else, the prison cell gives you the opportunity to look daily into your entire conduct, to overcome the bad and develop whatever is good in you. Regular meditation, say about 15 minutes a day before you turn in, can be very fruitful in this regards. However, the last words that Nelson Mandela writes to his wife are so beautiful that they should be written in gold. Mandela writes, never forget that a saint is a sinner who keeps on trying. The money, the status, the properties, and all the struggles that you undertake goes down the drain if you never spend time with that one person. You. Turn inwards. Start meditating. Om Namah Shivaya. Jai Sri Ganesha. Jai Guru. The very essence of pushya is to set one's house in order. And so on material level, Pushya works towards attaining a comfortable, settled life, while on spiritual level, the same Pushya works towards self transformation and self growth. Interestingly, all the three nakshatras of Shani fall in the most emotional and sensitive signs of the zodiac. And those three signs are Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. All these three zodiac signs are highly sensitive and emotional by nature. The trikona or triangle of Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces is known as the Moksha Trikona, meaning the triangle that leads one to liberation, moksha. Saturn is connected with moksha. Moksha is attained when you are free of all your karmic balance. Karmic balance or prarabdha is represented by Lord Saturn. When it comes to karma, there are three types of karma. Sanchit karma, which is the entire reservoir of your past births. Prarabdha karma, which comprises of your past birth karma. And then comes the Kriyaman karma, which means the daily karma that you do in this birth. You cannot do anything when it comes to your Prarabdha karma or Sanchit karma. They are already recorded. You have to pay back. However, you can do a lot when it comes to Kriyaman karma. And therefore, all the remedies that you do on daily basis is simply to improve the quality of your Kriyaman karma. And the best remedy of all remedies is chanting mantras daily with consistency and with deep faith and love. But who wants to listen? People just want to shell out money and expect miracles to happen. They forget the fact that miracles happen only when you start working on yourself, when you start correcting your mistakes. In Buddhism, there is no such thing as sin, only mistakes that can be corrected only if you are willing to. Saturn is social by nature, and a person having a strong Saturn generally likes to serve the society in some way or the other. Pushya, being a nakshatra of Saturn, brings a deep desire of serving the society, uplifting the society. The person sooner or later in life is drawn towards social work, social upliftment. Pushya native loves to serve others. The most beautiful example is the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi had a Rahu in Pushya Nakshatra. And as you all know, Rahu simply makes it more pronounced. Rahu simply fires up the qualities of the nakshatra in which it is placed. And so when the Rahu is in Pushya Nakshatra, the person is very much service oriented, likes to bring social reforms. In fact, Mahatma Gandhi focused on first bringing social reforms and then seeking absolute freedom. Gopal Krishna Gokhale was the political guru of Mahatma Gandhi, and Gokhale was also a great social reformer. Pushya, the nakshatra of Saturn, is very much focused on working towards the betterment of people. and setting the home in good order. One of the greatest initiatives taken by Mahatma Gandhi was his fight against untouchability in India. Mahatma Gandhi quotes, "The purification required is not of the untouchables, but of the so called superior castes." Pushya loves the truth and also shares the truth fearlessly. Mahatma Gandhi is well known for his autobiography, My Experiments with Truth, in which he writes about how he used to work around his sexuality. Probably nobody has written an autobiography with such honesty and simplicity as Mahatma Gandhi has. Osho Rajneesh quotes Mahatma Gandhi. Osho Rajneesh quotes, "Autobiography is a very strange thing. You are writing about yourself. Either you start bragging or you start being too humble. Just another way of bragging." But Mahatma Gandhi is neither of these two things. He is simple, just stating factually, just like a scientist, utterly unconcerned that it is his biography. He says everything one would like to hide from others. This is what Osho Rajneesh says when it comes to Mahatma Gandhi and his autobiography, My Experiments with Truth. Humility, honesty comes naturally to Pushya natives. Emotional intelligence comes naturally to Pushya natives. The most striking factor of Pushya Nakshatra is its quest for spiritual knowledge. Mahatma Gandhi was very much inclined towards seeking spiritual wisdom. During those times, he would meet many spiritual masters. One of them that I remember is the great master Paramahans Yogananda. In his book Autobiography of a Yogi, Yogananda mentions about his meeting with Mahatma Gandhi, and he also shares a photo in which he is seen having lunch with Mahatma Gandhi. In this unique, rare picture that you see on your screen right now, you can see Paramhans Yogananda having lunch with Mahatma Gandhi. Yogananda is reading a note written by Gandhi, as on that day Gandhi was having a as on that day Mahatma Gandhi was having his day of silence, Maun Vrat. Mahatma Gandhi Mahatma Gandhi had many such meetings with other spiritual masters, including Avatar Meher Baba. Authority is what Saturn represents, and so Pushya loves to be in an authority position. Pushya enables the native to attain higher positions in life. However, you also need the necessary support of other planets and aspects in your chart. The sacred tree that comes under Pushya Nakshatra is the highly spiritual tree, the people tree. In Bhagavad Gita, in Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna mentions that in all the trees of this planet, I am the people tree. So Lord Krishna is saying that his omnipresence is always found in people tree. For Pushya, people tree is the most beneficial tree. If you are born with moon in Pushya Nakshatra or Rahu in Pushya Nakshatra, If you are born with moon in Pushya Nakshatra or Rahu in Pushya Nakshatra, then you must worship people tree every Saturday. Pushya is ruled by Saturn and Saturday is the day of people tree. How to worship people tree? It's simple because God is simple. All you have to do is to take a walk 7 times around the people tree. It's called Pradakshina. You offer water from a copper, you offer water, light a lamp using sesame oil beneath the peepal tree, and offer some sweets and haldi kumkum. That's all. If you do this every Saturday, then you will start experiencing a great positive change in your life. But who wants to listen? People want some fancy remedies. They forget the fact that a real solution is simple, very simple. The drawback of pushya is that it leads you into the idea of doership. You live your life believing that you are the doer. The I factor leads you into many problems. Reminds me of a story. A person boarded a train and took his seat, but the luggage that he carried with him remained on his head. His fellow travelers were surprised and asked him why he was still keeping the luggage on his head. The man said he did not want to add to the burden of the train, which was already overloaded. The fellow travelers the fellow travelers were amused, and one of them said to him, "You seem to be a crazy man. Even if you carry the load on your head, it is going to be a load on the train. Why carry an unnecessary burden on your head? Isn't it stupid?" The man burst out in laughter and said, "I had thought you were householders, but you all seem to be sannyasis." And this man was a real sannyasi. He said, "I carry the bag on my head in order to conform to the ways of the world. I wonder why you laugh at me. I see all of you carrying the burden of the world on your heads, although you know that, like this train, it is God who bears all our burdens. I just wanted to conform to your ways." And then the man not only put the bag down on the train, but seated himself on it, saying, "This is the right way a sannyasi should sit. He is not a doer. Everything just happens." One who understands the beauty of non action enters the state of inaction, which is acting without ego. As we are all doers, and all our doings are egocentric. And so the message to natives having pushya is, try to understand the beauty of non-doership. And so the message to natives having Pushya Nakshatra is, try to understand the beauty of non-doership. Bhagwan Raman Maharshi says, the present difficulty is that man thinks he is the doer, but it is a mistake. It is the higher power which does everything, and man is only a tool. Pushya is good for administrative work. It is good for governance. It is good for social work. It is good for social upliftment. However, while doing all this good work for the society, the sense of I am doing everything should not build up. Instead, I am just a tool of God and the doer is God. Instead, I am just a tool of God and the doer is God, is what the native should imbibe within his being. And this sense that I am not the doer comes when you surrender yourself to God. Reminds me of a beautiful story. It happened once a great king had come to know that Buddha is arriving in his capital. And so he was very excited. The whole capital city gathered to welcome Buddha. The king himself was present to receive the master. Buddha arrived at the palace. The king gave a golden throne to Buddha to sit. Buddha sat on the throne. The real emperor was now seated on the throne. The king was deeply moved by this rare moment. He decided to offer Buddha the most precious gift. He had one beautiful golden ornament, priceless, with many jewels in it. It was the most precious ornament that he had, a rare piece of art. He stepped ahead to present it to Buddha, just to show his devotion. He came near. In his left hand was that priceless jeweled ornament. He was going to present it. Buddha looked at it and said, "Drop it." He was disturbed. He never expected this. He was shocked, but Buddha was saying, "Drop it," and so he dropped it. In his other hand, in his right hand, he had brought a beautiful rose. He thought that Buddha might not like stones. He might just think that this was childish thing that he had brought. But it was good to have an alternative. So he brought a beautiful rose. A rose is not so gross, not so material. It has a spirituality. Something of the unknown is there. And Buddha might like it because he says life is flux. And the flower is in the morning and in the evening it is no more. It is the most flux-like thing in the world. So he put his other hand in the front of Buddha. So he put his other hand in front of Buddha and he wanted to present the flower. Buddha again said, "Drop it." Then he felt very disturbed. Now he had nothing to present. But when Buddha again said to drop it, he dropped it. Then suddenly he became aware of the I. He thought, why am I presenting things that I can present myself? Why am I presenting things when I can present myself? When he became aware, with both his hands empty, he presented himself. But Buddha again said, "Drop it." Now he had nothing to drop, just empty hands, and Buddha said, "Drop it." Mahakasyap, Ananda, and Buddha's other disciples were there. They started laughing. The king became aware that even to say that I present myself to you is egoistic. Even to say, now I am here and I surrender to you is not surrender. So he himself fell down. In deep humility, he bowed before Buddha. Buddha smiled and said, "You understand well." Surrender. Buddha smiled and said, "You understand well." Surrender should be seen through your action. Just saying, "I surrender to you" is not enough. The Master should see you actually surrendering through your actions and not just words. Surrender is the journey from the outer turmoil to the inner peace. The deity of Pushya Nakshatra is Brihaspati, who is the Ansh, the essence of Lord Vishnu. So, reciting Om Namo Narayanaya, Om Namo Narayanaya, Om Namo Narayanaya 108 times using a Spatik Japamala every morning and evening for minimum 20 minutes can help you attain more positive results of Pushya Nakshatra. Love to all my readers. Stay blessed. Love to all my listeners. Stay blessed and remember, happiness is not ready made. It comes from your own actions. Focus on doing good without feeding your ego, without being the doer, and your life will start flowering like a beautiful flower. Meditate and chant every day. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. On 20th April, the first solar eclipse of 2023 will occur in the sign of Aries and in Ashwini Nakshatra. And the timing of solar eclipse as per Indian Standard Time is from 7 am to 12:30 pm in the noon. Astrologically, solar eclipse happens when Rahu comes in contact with Sun. Sun is your consciousness. It is necessary to remember that Sun belongs to Leo, the sign of divine intelligence, while Rahu belongs to Aquarius, the sign of intellectualism. Leo is all about the heart, and Aquarius is all about the head. And so, solar eclipse is the amalgamation of the head and the heart. If you are an evolved soul, if you are a meditative soul, then this amalgamation of head and heart proves beneficial to you, and it is also a good sign for your overall material as well as spiritual progress, because intelligence is when your head is in tune with your heart. And so it is said that great spiritual yogis and spiritual practitioners rejoice during the solar eclipse, as it gives them a perfect ground to expedite their spiritual progress. However, on the ground, in this material world, for many, the event of solar eclipse is not of great celebration, but of much grief and loss. Since the majority of human population is under the tight grip of their mind, they tend to suffer more during solar eclipse. Rahu becomes the source of their miseries. Since Rahu, that is ignorance, blocks your consciousness, your awareness, and so you end up committing certain mistakes for which you would later regret heavily. The conjunction of Rahu with Sun also leads to a very high ego. And when you are moving with a fat ego in your head, even the slightest scratch on your respectability would make you angry. And then you will start offending others, leading you in a new cycle of misery. Respectability is slavery. The more you chase respectability, the more you become a slave of others. because you are constantly seeking respect. Respect is fragile, like a piece of glass. You commit one mistake and your whole respectability comes down crashing. However, individuality is real. Individuality is not dependent. It is not chasing anybody. An individualistic person is happy in his own world. He is perfectly aware that those who understand him will follow him. And so he never chases anybody. He never seeks respect. Rather, he seeks love. He values love. He is love. And so, respectability is slavery, whereas individuality is dignity. Sun is your individuality. Sun is your dignity. And when solar eclipse happens, and if you are running behind respectability, then your dignity may get affected in the presence of Rahu. Status, dignity, health, all of these may get affected during solar eclipse if you are not an evolved soul. If you are a shallow person, if you don't meditate, if you don't chant every day, then you will definitely suffer during solar eclipse period. What are the precautions that one must take during solar eclipse day? During solar eclipse day, you should not indulge in sexual acts, not even oral sex. Try to stay as pure as you can without having any sexual thoughts or sexual urge during the entire solar eclipse day and the day thereafter. On the solar eclipse day, you should not indulge in any sinful acts. If possible, try to fast on solar eclipse day. Avoid eating out in restaurants and avoid street food. Try to have homemade food on solar eclipse day and the day thereafter. What kind of spiritual practice you can do during the solar eclipse day? During a solar eclipse day, one should practice meditation and one should chant the holy mantra. Mantra chanting and meditation is very much necessary during the actual solar eclipse time. The more you perform spiritual practice during the solar eclipse time, the better for you. How will this solar eclipse that is happening on 20th April will affect each zodiac sign? Solar eclipse will cause much impact until 15th May 2023. Many of you will experience a major shift in your life as well as in your relationship. I will now quickly share the effects of solar eclipse on all 12 zodiac signs. Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius will be the most affected zodiac signs. And so, men and women of these zodiac signs should take care of their health and also should control their mind and avoid hurting others. Okay. असं काय येते अपग्रेड केलं होतं. Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius will experience a lot of action and change in their life. Something major is going to happen in the coming days of your life, and that can be good or bad based on the condition of your birth chart. But you are definitely in for a major shift in your life. Men and women of these zodiac signs should take care of their health and also should control their mind and avoid hurting others. Delay your travel plans if you have any. Try to make major decisions after 15th May. Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn signs will experience significant rise in their income and profits. This is a good time for new businesses and startup companies. A new ray of hope will keep you going. You will remain optimistic and energetic during this period. Certain precautions should be taken while dealing with strangers and unknown people. In case you are interested in buying a new property, then do it after 20th May. Overall, a good transformative period for Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius will have new opportunities in business or job. This is a perfect time to plan new projects. New ideas will come to you, and you will be able to materialize those ideas in the days to come. During this solar eclipse period, avoid arguments with your partner and try to stay silent. Control your mind and focus on your goals. If possible, avoid traveling during solar eclipse day. Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces will experience major change at workplace. Some of you may face layoffs, but don't worry much. Soon after 20th May, you will find a new job. Businessmen will be able to gain much during this solar eclipse period. Some of you may start a new enterprise which will give good profits in the future. During this eclipse period, take good care of your health. Avoid eating out as you may fall sick. Overall, this solar eclipse period is not going to be bad, but rather a period of new opportunities. Overall, the coming 20 days starting from 20th April are going to be significant for many of you. And always remember, new beginnings are often disguised as painful endings. The solar eclipse is the sign of a new beginning. When a relationship goes through a breakup, you find a new relationship blossoming in your life. When you fail in a business, a new business idea comes to you which works in your favor. So every painful ending is a sign of a new beginning. This solar eclipse may trigger a painful ending for some of you, but this painful ending sows the seed of a new beginning. So take life as it comes. Once a young man asked the Divine Master, "What is your message in 3 words?" And the Master smiled and said, "Take it easy." And that is also the message for you all. Take it easy. The coming 20 days will taste your faith and patience. Sai Baba says, Shraddha or Saburi, faith and patience. When you have these both, nobody can stop you. Many of you wonder, where is God when you are going through the difficult test of your life? But remember, the teacher is always quiet during the test. And so God remains quiet. He wants to see if you can pass this test of 20 days. He wants to see if you have the faith and patience, Shraddha or Saburi. Remember, God chooses men only when He has tested them in all possible ways. It is only your faith that can help you succeed in the test of your life. Reminds me of a beautiful story. A man just got married and was returning home with his wife. They were crossing a lake in a boat when suddenly a great storm arose. The man was a warrior, but the woman became very much afraid because it seemed almost hopeless. The boat was small and the storm was really huge, and at any moment they were going to be drowned. But the man sat silently, calm and quiet, as if nothing was happening. The woman was trembling and she said, "Are you not afraid? This may be our last moment of life. It doesn't seem that we will be able to reach the other shore. Only some miracle can save us. Otherwise, death is certain. Are you not afraid? Are you mad or something? Are you a stone or something?" The man laughed and took the sword out of its sheath. The woman was even more puzzled. What is he doing? And then he brought the naked sword close to the woman's neck. So close that just a small gap was there. It was almost touching her neck. He said, "Are you afraid?" She started to giggle and laugh and said, "Why should I be afraid? If the sword is in your hand, why should I be afraid? I know you love me." He put the sword back and said, "This is my answer. I know God loves me, and the sword is in His hands, and the storm is in His hands. So, whatever is going to happen is going to be good. If we survive, good. If we don't survive, good. Because everything is in His hands, and He cannot do anything wrong." This is the trust one needs to imbibe. Such tremendous trust is capable of transforming your whole life. And only such tremendous trust is capable of transforming your life. Less than that won't do. And so, my fellows, and I say this to all my close followers, if you truly have faith in God, if you truly are like that warrior in this story, then you will not give up. You will continue to walk with faith in your heart, and you will sing in praise of God, and you will always be of the view that God is good all the time. Love to each one of you. Remember to remain cautious during the solar eclipse day and the next 20 days thereafter. Meditate every day, chant every day. No matter how much money you spend on remedies, there is no greater remedy in this world than the remedy that you find in chanting the Holy Lord's name. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Chant every day, and you will be able to sail smoothly during this period of solar eclipse day and the day thereafter. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. Satvik means pure. In our Vedic culture, we have three types of people: Satvik, Rajasic, and Tamasic. Satvik means pure and devoted, a God loving person who takes much joy in reciting God's name, who chants daily and spends time in deep meditation, one who never fights or reacts to negative people. He simply blocks negativity and focuses He simply blocks negativity and focuses on spreading positivity. Such a man's lifestyle is very simple, and generally he maintains a vegetarian diet. Of all the planets in our galaxy, Moon and Jupiter belong to the Rajasic. Moon and Jupiter belong to the Sattvic category. Rajasic means royal. Such a person loves to live a luxurious life. He is a bhogi, meaning a pleasure seeking person. He loves to eat all kinds of food, veg and non veg. He is a man of a big heart. He loves to help people. He is also good when it comes to doing charity. He protects his people and generally is a Rangila, meaning a colorful person who has faith in God but also wants to enjoy the many pleasures of human life. Of all the planets in our galaxy, Sun, Venus, Mercury belong to the Rajasic category. Tamasic means doing actions without thinking, without taking a balanced perspective. Tamasic means doing actions without thinking, without taking a balanced perspective. And so, tamasic nature people are like that slogan of Nike company, just do it. But in just doing it, you may either win or fail. So, one good quality of tamasic nature is that they like to take risks. They are risk takers because they don't care much and they don't think much. That is why Ketu and Mars are addressed as tamasic, though this nature, if put to good use, can lead to great achievements. However, there is a very extreme dark side of tamasic nature, which is to offend people, abuse people. This dark side of tamasic nature is represented by Rahu. So, ideally, the Ketu and Mars qualities of tamasic nature is good for spiritual and material progress because the person simply jumps into the unknown. He has the courage to take risk. However, the other side of tamasic is being abusive and being possessive comes under the master thief Rahu. Similarly, when you are working as a judge, you have to make some hard decisions, which may sound cruel to others. However, you have to make hard decisions. This quality of making hard decisions comes under Saturn. And so Saturn also need to be tamasic, else no judge can make fair decisions, no matter how hard those decisions be. So tamasic is a very complex guna whose output or impact is totally based on the situation or environment of the native. When it comes to numerology or numbers, just the way we all fall in sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic category, similarly, the numbers also fall in one of these three categories. So now I will discuss on the numbers that fall in one of these three categories. Number 1, 5 and 6 belong to Rajasic category. Number 2 and 3 belong to Sattvic category. Number 4, 7, 8, 9 belong to Tamasic category. Always remember, between 1 and 9, the whole story of human life falls. All of these 9 numbers starting from 1 to 9 are neither good nor bad. Each number comes with its own set of vibrations and spiritual significance. Depending on your level of awareness and your receptive power, you either connect or disconnect with a certain number. For example, let's say you are a murderer and you have been arrested for many sinful acts. Now this implies that there is much negativity within you. And so then positive, sattvic numbers will not go well with you. then you will connect only with a number that is utterly tamasic in nature, such as the number 4, ruled by Rahu. However, now let's take another example of a military officer. Let's say you are a military officer and all your life you have been fighting many battles for your nation. And of course, in battles, you don't sit and talk over a cup of coffee. In battles and wars, you simply have to kill. But this killing is not for any selfish interest. And so, then even though killing is tamasic, still in such a scenario, since you are doing it for the nation and not for yourself, the number 7 and 9 goes well with you. 7 is Ketu. When you shoot on battlefields, you don't think much. You have to keep your head and logic aside. You just have to go on shooting. That's Ketu. And number 9 is the number of Mars. Courage comes through Mars. And you can become a military officer if you don't, and you cannot become a military officer if you don't have the courage to fight for your nation. So, as mentioned earlier, tamasic is a very complex guna that is totally based on situation and the environment you operate. So, as mentioned earlier, tamasic is a very complex guna that is totally based on situation and the environment you operate. In this podcast, I am going to share the most powerful combinations of numbers that are highly sattvic by nature and thereby attracts much happiness, positivity and abundance in your life. So let's begin. The very first combination of sattvic number is number 21. It is one of my favorite number, and in Hindu faith this number is closely associated with Lord Dattatreya. Gurudev Datta. And so you can select this number when it comes to buying a new mobile number. That is, the total of the mobile number should come to 21. Or you can have this number for your house. That is, the house number should come down to the total of 21. Or you can even have this number for your car. That is, the total should come to number 21. The second combination of sattvic number is number 786. This is also one of my favorite number, and in Islam faith this number is closely associated with Prophet Muhammad. Interestingly, the total of this number comes down to number 21. That is, when you make a total of 786, you get the final output as number 21. Last year, when I bought my new car, I got this number registered. Now, the number of my car has these three numbers 786 with a combination of one more number. It is one of the most sought after number, and many a times you may not get this number, though you may be ready to pay a good price for it. Long back, some 10 years ago, I used to have this combination in my mobile number also, since it's a very auspicious number. It is good to have this combination in your mobile number, house number, or car number. It is not easy to get this number because commercially companies charge a large amount of money if you want this world famous auspicious number 786. If you have this combination in your mobile number, car number, or house number, let me know. Once I met a great spiritual master and he showed me a 10 rupees Indian currency note. I asked, "What's in it?" The great spiritual master smiled and showed me the currency note series number and said, "Look, here in the note series number, you will see the auspicious number 786. I asked, "What's so special about this number?" The great spiritual master again smiled and said, "It brings abundance and prosperity in life." I asked, "So you have kept this for yourself?" The master laughed, a loud belly laugh, and said, "Tamhankar," that is how he used to fondly call me, by my last name. He said, "Tamhankar, I am a fakir. But whenever I get this kind of special currency notes, I keep it so that I can give it to those deserving men who are going through difficult financial situations." I touched the feet of that great spiritual master, and as always, he gave a pat on my back and said, "Tamhankar, now you do." Tamhankar, now you leave. I want to have some rest. I left but was touched by the words of that great spiritual master. And that made the number 786 a very special number in my life too. And as I mentioned earlier, the total of 786 comes down to 21, which is again a highly sattvic number and has great significance in our Hindu faith as well. The third and last sattvic number is the single digit number 3. Interestingly, the number 3 is very much connected with all religious faiths. Christians also see Christians also see 3 as a symbolic of the Trinity, the trine nature of God, as Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. In Hindu faith also, the 3 devatas, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, comprises the whole of our universe and its existence. As mentioned earlier, number 3 is also associated with Lord Dattatreya. That is why Lord Dattatreya is always seen with 3 faces. One face represents Brahma, the other face Vishnu, and the third face represents Mahesh, that is Shiva. That is why in the whole universe, Lord Dattatreya is revered as the most powerful deity and also the most compassionate of all deities. Gurudeva Datta. Bhagwan Raman Maharshi, the master I admire the most, shares great insights on Lord Dattatreya. Bhagwan Raman Maharshi often used to say that the great spiritual scripture Bhagwan Raman Maharshi always used to refer the great spiritual scripture written in praise of Lord Dattatreya And the name of this great scripture is Avadhut Gita. Avadhut Gita means Song of the Free Soul. Avadhut Gita is based on the principles of dualism, Dvait, and non dualism, Advait. This great miraculous scripture is at the very core of Natha Yogi tradition. Avadhut means liberated soul, and Gita means song. The text of this great scripture describes the nature and the state of a person who is spiritually free and liberated. Someday I will share more on Avadhut Gita, and I will also recite the whole Avadhut Gita by explaining it in English so that all my close followers across the world can benefit and thereby excel in their spiritual progress. Enough for now. In my next podcast, I will talk on Rajasic numbers. Always remember, when it comes to numbers, never label them or perceive them as a property of any specific religion. You just have to focus on choosing the pure, the sattvic, and that's all. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. So, tamasic is a very complex guna whose output or impact is totally based on the situation or environment of the native. When it comes to numerology or numbers, just the way we all fall in sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic group, similarly, the numbers also fall in one of these three groups. So now I will discuss on the numbers that fall in one of these three groups. Number 1, 5, 6 belong to Rajasic group. Number 2 and 3 belong to Sattvic group. Number 4, 7, 8, 9 belong to Tamasic group. Always remember, between 1 and 9, the whole story of human life falls. All of these 9 numbers, starting from 1 to 9, are neither good nor bad. Each number comes with its own set of vibrations and its own spiritual significance. Depending on your level of awareness and your receptive power, you either connect or disconnect with a certain number. For example, let's say you are a murderer and you have been arrested for many sinful acts. This implies that there is much negativity within you, and so then the sattvic numbers will not go well with you. Then you will connect only with a number that is utterly tamasic in nature, such as the number 4, ruled by Rahu. However, now let's take another example of a military officer. Let's say you are a military officer and all your life you have been fighting and killing because you have to fight many battles for your nation. And of course, in battles, you don't sit over a cup of coffee. In battles and wars, you simply have to kill. But this killing is not for any selfish interest. And so then, even though killing is tamasic, Still, in such scenario, since you are doing it for the nation and not for yourself, the number 7 and 9 goes well with you. 7 is Ketu. When you shoot on battlefields, you don't think much. You have to keep your head and logic aside. You just have to go on shooting. That's Ketu. And number 9 is the number of Mars. Courage comes through Mars, and you cannot become a military officer if you don't have the courage to fight for your nation. So, as mentioned earlier, tamasic is a very complex guna that is totally based on the situation and the environment you operate. In this podcast, I am going to share the most powerful combinations of numbers that are highly sattvic by nature and thereby attracts much happiness, positivity and abundance in your life. So let's begin. The very first combination of sattvic number is number 21. It is one of my favorite number, and in Hindu faith this number is closely associated with Lord Dattatreya, Gurudev Datta. And so you can select this number when it comes to buying a new mobile number, house number or car number. Either you have this number 21 in your number, or you have a number that comes down to total of 21. Either way it will work, but the number 21 is good to have. The second combination of sattvic number is the number 786. This is one of my favorite number, and in Islam faith this number is closely associated with Prophet Muhammad. Interestingly, the total of this number 786 comes down to number 21, which I just discussed before this. Last year, when I had bought my new car, I got this number registered. Now, in my car number, I have got this combination 786. It is one of the most sought after number, and many a times you may not get this number, though you may be ready to pay a good price for it. Long back, some 10 years ago, I used to have this combination in my mobile number also. Since it's a very auspicious number, it is good to have this combination in your mobile number. Either you can have 786 somewhere between those 10 digits of your mobile number, or maybe in the end, but it is good to have. You can also have this combination in your house number or car number. It is not easy to get this number because companies charge a good amount of money if you want to have this world famous auspicious number, a highly sattvic number, the number 786. If you have this combination in your mobile number or in your car number or house number, then do let me know, because then I would like to congratulate you. Once I met a great spiritual master and he showed me a 10 rupees Indian currency note and asked, "What's Once I met Once I met a great spiritual master and he showed me a 10 rupees Indian currency note. I asked him, "What's so special about this?" The great spiritual master smiled and showed me the currency note series number and said, "Look, here in the note series number, you will see the auspicious number 786." I asked him, "What's so special about this number?" The great spiritual master again smiled and said, "It brings abundance and prosperity in life." I asked, "So have you kept this note for yourself?" The master laughed, a loud belly laugh, and said, "Tamhankar." The master laughed, a loud belly laugh, and said, "Tamhankar, that is how you used to fondly call me, by my last name." He said, "Tamhankar, I am a fakir. But whenever I get this kind of special currency notes, I keep it so that I can give it to those deserving men who are going through difficult financial situations." I touched the feet of that great spiritual master, and as always, he gave a pat on my back and said, "Tamhankar, now you can leave. I want to have some rest." I left but was touched by the words of that great spiritual master, and it also gave me a great insight about this world. And this event also helped me to understand the great significance of this highly auspicious Sattvic number, the number 786. The third and last Sattvic number is the single digit number 3. Interestingly, the number 3 is very much connected with all religious faiths. The Christians also see 3 as a symbolic of the Trinity, that is, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. In Hindu faith, the three devatas, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, comprises the whole of our universe and its existence. As mentioned earlier, number 3 is also associated with Lord Dattatreya. That is why Lord Dattatreya is always seen with 3 faces. One face represents Brahma, the other face represents Vishnu, and the third face represents Mahesh, that is Shiva. That is why in the whole universe, Lord Dattatreya is revered as the most powerful deity and also the most compassionate of all deities. Jai Jai Sri Gurudeva Datta. Bhagwan Raman Maharshi, the master I admire the most, shares great insights on Lord Dattatreya. Bhagwan Raman Maharshi always used to refer to the great spiritual scripture written in praise of Lord Dattatreya. And the name of this great scripture is Avadhut Gita. Avadhut Gita means Song of the Free Soul. Avadhut Gita is based on the principles of dualism, Dvait, and non-dualism, Advait. This great scripture is at the very core of Nath Yogi Sampradaya. Avdhuta means liberated soul, while Gita means song. The text of this great scripture describes the nature and the state of a person who is spiritually free and liberated. Someday I will share more on Avdhut Gita, and I will also recite the whole Avdhut Gita by explaining it in English so that my close followers across the world can benefit and thereby excel in their spiritual progress. Enough for now. In my next podcast, I will talk on Rajasic numbers. Always remember, when it comes to numbers, never label them or perceive them as a property of any specific religion. You just have to focus on choosing the pure, the sattvic, and that's all. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru.
The greatness of the master is that he drinks the poison to save his devotees. That is why the Guru is the Param Shiva. Param Shiva means the Supreme Shiva. And so, when the Supreme Shiva of our galaxy, Lord Jupiter, enters the sign of Aries, he will have to face the corrupt, ambitious Rahu and thereby suck the whole poison that Rahu has created in the past 12 months by staying in the sign of Aries. This transiting Rahu in Aries has caused much pain and miseries in the life of millions across the world. In the last 12 months, many men and women have suffered at the hands of this transiting Rahu in Aries sign. However, now the days are going to change for good. Now the Supreme Shiva, the Master Jupiter comes, and when the Master comes, he comes with a master plan. Always remember, when the Master comes, he comes with the master plan. And the plan is very simple because God is very simple, love is very simple, truth is very simple. Simple has it. And so the plan is simply to raise those men and women who have been suffering at the hands of Rahu. So, who have been suffering at the hands of this transiting Rahu? Let us analyze the moon signs. Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus have been mostly affected by Rahu in Aries sign because for Virgo, let us analyze the moon signs. Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus are the most affected signs because for Virgo, the transiting Rahu is in its 8th house. For Capricorn, the transiting Rahu is in its 4th house. And for Taurus, the transiting Rahu is in its 12th house. And so, first, I will discuss the results of Jupiter transit Aries for these three earthly signs: Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus.
Virgo sign natives had to go through a lot of sufferings and sudden events and accidents and tragedies, but now all of this is going to come in control as Master Jupiter comes to uplift you and give you the much needed motivation and good vibes. So from now till November 2023, you are covered. You don't have to worry much. You will be perfectly fine and you will also get the necessary financial progress as well as issues with in laws will also be resolved. Overall, days are going to get better for you. And so, Virgo natives should be grateful and should continue to remain faithful because it is only when your faith is bigger than your fears. Because it is only when your faith is bigger than your fears that you can succeed in achieving your goals. Capricorn moon sign natives had to go through many domestic issues, property matters, home related problems, issues with mother from last 12 months. However, now with the arrival of Sri Guru in your fourth house, things are going to get better. Issues regarding property, mother, vehicle will be resolved. You will also find much peace in your home environment. In case if there was any Vastu dosh, then you will find the right remedies or you will change your residence for good. And when Jupiter is transiting your fourth house, you are bound to get possession of new apartment in the time that you expect. Fourth house is the very center of happiness, and with Jupiter's arrival, the negative results of Rahu in fourth house will be nullified. And so, starting from now till November 2023, this Jupiter transit will eradicate the negativity of Rahu, and you will find more happiness in your life. Taurus moon sign natives had to go through a lot of pain and suffering in the last 12 months. Rahu in the 12th house caused much agonies and miseries in your life. You also had to spend a lot of money. Your expenses went up. Many of you also experienced some strange, weird, supernatural experiences, as well as some of you have had some sleepless nights. But now, with Jupiter's arrival in your 12th house, you are going to experience much relief. Many of you will find some good remedies to overcome the black magic spells cast upon you. Many of you may also get some good medical solutions as well as now your long travel plans will also fructify and you will be perfectly alright in the days to come. Jupiter's entry in your 12th house will give you some good spiritual experiences, but only after November 2023. The next trio signs that I would like to discuss is the signs of the waters. The watery signs are my all-time favorite. Somehow I just connect with watery signs of Scorpio, Pisces, and Cancer. And so now let's see how Jupiter in Aries will impact these three watery signs. Scorpio natives will find great support at their workplace. Jupiter's entry in your sixth house will bring good job opportunities. In case if you have been suffering due to certain chronic diseases, then this Jupiter transit will bring much relief and your health will improve. Black magic primarily comes from the closed doors of the sixth house. And so, when a positive planet like Jupiter is transiting in sixth house, then it is a sign that you will be protected and you will be able to defeat your secret enemies. Sixth house has many negative vibes. However, Lord Jupiter will simply suck in all the negativity of this house, and thus you will be healed and you will start feeling more optimistic and balanced in the days to come. Until November, Jupiter's energy will be spent in protecting you from negative people. Until November, Jupiter's energy will be focused in protecting you from negative people. However, after November 2023, the same Jupiter will start giving you many material rewards, and you are truly going to enjoy the time starting from November 2023 till May 2024. So stay tuned and keep smiling. When you smile, you look beautiful. Pisces is my all time favorite moon sign, and Jupiter transiting in the second house is certainly a great positive news for all my fellows born with moon in Pisces. This is a perfect time to focus on your self growth. You will take much interest in reading self help books during this transit of Jupiter. Financial growth is promised, as well as you will also experience some good times with your family. In case you had any issues with your family, then now is the time, because now Jupiter is going to resolve all your family issues, and you are going to feel as if life is back on track. Overall, this is the most positive phase for Pisces. You don't need to fear Sadesati, because when the master comes, he comes with a master plan. So stay strong and focus on your self growth. Cancer is the most complicated sign of all zodiac signs. You never know what these natives will do. They are unpredictable because they are very impulsive by nature. When you are born with the moon in Cancer, then either you become an emotional fool or you become an emotionally intelligent person. Much depends on the quality of your chart. Last 12 months, you have been too much focused on your career growth. Sometimes the act of doing too much makes you an obsessed man. You become one dimensional, and that is when the problems begin. Life is not one dimensional, life is multi-dimensional. But this realization will come when Jupiter will transit Aries. Jupiter's arrival in your 10th house will bring much needed awareness, and this awareness will help you to go steady, and you will learn the importance of being patient. Overall, things from the career front will now stabilize, and some of you may even experience phenomenal growth in your career. Promotion is possible during this transit of Jupiter, though you may have to wait until Rahu moves out of Aries in November 2023. The next trio signs that I would like to discuss is the signs of the fire, the fiery signs Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries. These signs are very much action oriented by nature. They love action. They are action packed heroes of real life. Mars, Jupiter, Ketu, and Sun will jump first and think later. And the connection of Mars, Ketu, Jupiter, and Sun with these three fiery signs needs no introduction. And so now I will discuss about the impact of Jupiter's transit in Aries. Leo is a sign of divine intelligence. Brilliance is the word when it comes to Leo. Rahu's presence in the ninth house tends to drive you more into the higher philosophies of life. You tend to become too much obsessed with certain ideologies, religious dogmas, and so on. Rahu is bad because Rahu has no brakes. Rahu is like a car without brakes, and so at some stage it is obvious that Rahu will crash. However, now when Jupiter enters Aries, slowly and steadily you tend to come back to your senses, and you will then find balance in your perspective. With Jupiter's arrival, long travels, relation with fatherly figures, as well as improvement in the matters of luck will happen. Some of you may even find your guru, master. Although it is not necessary that every person finds his or her guru in the physical form. In fact, Guru in non physical form can do much for you than in physical form. Raman Maharshi used to say that the Guru need not be in physical form. I have seen so many great enlightened beings who never had their Guru in physical form. Weak people need some physical form so that they can smile,
they can shake hands, they can touch the feet of the Guru, but all of this is not of much use. What is of use is the level of your surrender and whether you follow the Guru Vachan. Guru Vachan means the message and teachings of the Guru. Whether you walk the talk, that is what impacts. At the end of the day, that is what matters when it comes to your spiritual journey. Leo natives will certainly feel much lucky from November 2023. In fact, the days from November to May 2024 will be the best days for many Leo men and women. Sagittarius sign is the darling of Lord Jupiter. The most favorite sign of Lord Jupiter is the sign of Sagittarius, and therefore the ancient seers have addressed Sagittarius as the Mool Trikon Rashi of Jupiter. The very nature of Jupiter is like that of a child. Have you seen a child? A child will be very sweet and also at times very aggressive, especially if you rub him in the wrong way. But in both states, his innocence remains, and this innocence brings much beauty to his existence. Jupiter is just like that. Swami Samartha or Sai Baba also would get angry and scold, but the very next moment you would find them smiling and laughing and in their own bliss. Innocence always is spontaneous and is always for the moment, in the moment. Jupiter's transit in your fifth house is a very auspicious sign. Studies, spiritual practices, creative works, and children, in all these areas of life, you will find support and positive outcomes. If you are preparing for competitive exams, then this phase is good to give a try. This is also a good time for stockbrokers. From November 2023 onwards, you will experience more growth in your career as well as you will strike gold in your creative pursuits. Overall, the coming year is a time to celebrate for many of you. So enjoy the moment while it lasts. Aries is a sign close to my heart because my father was born with moon in Aries and he was a very straightforward man. Maybe that impacted his growth prospects, but that is how most of the Aries men are. They tend to have less or rather no diplomacy. Aries may not have the diplomacy, but their straightforwardness wins the hearts of many. Jupiter's arrival in Aries is the beginning of a new chapter for many of you. Every ending is a new beginning. And so now this new beginning comes with many hopes and wishes. However, to attain your wishes, first you have to work on yourself. Guru's transit in your Guru's transit in your moon sign Aries is therefore a wonderful development. The existence is now giving you all the support that you need to get the best version of you. Self growth happens with ease when Jupiter connects with your natal moon. And so, this is indeed a blessed time for many evolved souls born with moon in Aries sign. Although materially this period may not be too good, but spiritually this transit brings much blessings and support so that you evolve and mature to new heights of awareness. From November onwards, you will experience much faster improvement in yourself, and this improvement will then bring many rewards in your life when Jupiter transits the sign of Taurus in May 2024. The last three signs are the Aries signs of Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini. Aries signs always travel in business class, meaning these are hi-fi rashes. Intellectuality is at its peak, and natives of these signs are just like those flying birds. They are constantly on the move, and this movement is more on the mind level. They need constant stimulation to their brain, and they love to imagine. Reminds me of that Barbie song. Imagination is your creation. Something like that. A very famous American song. I must be in my teens when I had heard this song for the very first time. So now I will discuss about the impact of Jupiter transit on these three Aries signs. Libra is the most balanced sign of all zodiac signs. In fact, a native having Libra moon sign or Libra ascendant is indeed a much balanced and evolved person, especially if his chart has a certain quality to it. Jupiter's transit in Aries is a promising sign in the matters of marriage and relationship. Any fights or disputes with your partner will now find a resolution, and after November 2023, you will be enjoying your time with your partner. Businessmen will definitely see much better profit margins, especially after November 2023. Those seeking a marriage partner will find a good marriage partner, and finally, you will be happily married. Overall, Jupiter's entry in the seventh house naturally brings much balance and also support in your life. You will no longer feel dejected, rather, you will see much progress in your life, and that will bring a sweet smile on your face. Gemini is a highly expressive zodiac sign. These natives love to express their feelings. They love to share their thoughts. And maybe that is why you will find great speakers as well as many gossipers belonging to this zodiac sign. Many great works of intellectualism and innovations happen through the natives belong. Many great works of intellectualism and innovations happen through the natives belonging to Gemini zodiac. Many great works of intellectualism and innovations happen through the natives belonging to this zodiac. Now, as Jupiter enters Aries, the season of enjoying the fruits of your hard labor begins. The coming 1 year is going to be a great time, and many of your wishes will come true, especially if you are running through a positive Mahadasha. Saturn is in your ninth house, and Jupiter is now in your 11th house. And so it is a perfect recipe that you will enjoy in the days to come. When gains happen, you tend to feel good about everything in life. Jupiter is coming to bring much gains in your life. And so this is a promising period for many freshers who are looking for a job, as well as it's a great period for working professionals as well as businessmen. In fact, most of the positive results of this transit will be seen after November 2023, when Rahu will exit from Aries sign. Aquarius is the epitome of modernism and unconventional ways and thoughts. It's a very modern sign that wants to bring many innovative ideas and social changes in the society. Many progressive people come from the abode of Aquarius sign. Along with Saturn, Rahu and Uranus also rules over Aquarius. Uranus is the father of modern age, and Rahu loves to do all those things that goes against the traditions and customs of the society. So the combination of Uranus, Rahu and Saturn makes Aquarius a very unique zodiac that only few could understand and relate with. In plain words, Aquarius is humanist, liberal, and progressive thinkers who lead the new generation of our planet. Jupiter in Aries gives power to your communicative abilities, and you will also become very busy in the days to come. This is a time when you will enjoy many short trips, as well as you will also be able to implement your ideas that leads to new creations. Support from siblings will grow, and you will also benefit during this transit. Overall, after November 2023, you will experience growth in your career. Stay blessed and just be yourself. Overall, the transit of Jupiter in Aries is going to be a great support for those who are suffering at the hands of Rahu, as well as for those who are suffering due to Shani Sadesati. Always remember, along with transit, your personal charts Mahadasha and Antardasha also plays a major role in providing the final outcome. In Pisces, Jupiter is cool and calm, while in Aries, Jupiter is highly motivating. And so, this transit of Jupiter in Aries will bring a lot of motivation for those men and women who are about to give up. Always remember, the moment you are ready to quit is usually the moment right before a miracle happens. Always remember, the moment you are ready to quit is usually the moment right before a miracle happens. So never give up. Magic is man made, miracle is God made. A real master will never do any miracles because doing miracles is also a trap. When powers start happening in your spiritual growth, the greatest courage is needed not to show them. It is said of a disciple of Rinzai, a Zen master, that some other religious master's disciple was talking to him, and the other master's disciple said, "Our master is a man of miracles. He can do anything he wants. I have seen many miracles he has been doing. I have witnessed them myself. What is the great thing about your master? What miracles can he do?" And the disciple of Rinzai said, "The greatest miracle that my master can do is not to do miracles." Meditate on it. The greatest miracle my master can do is not to do miracles. When miraculous powers start happening, only the weaklings will do them. The stronger one will not do them because he knows that now this is another trap. Again, the world is trying to pull him back. This is the last trap. If you can avoid psychic energies, silently witnessing, if you can pass them by without being entangled by them, without being imprisoned by them, only then do you arrive home. Many seekers on the spiritual path get lost in the powers and siddhis. Only one in a million is wise enough to not to get caught in this last trap, and he is the chosen one. He is Jesus, he is Buddha, he is Mahavira, and he is indeed on the path towards liberation, towards that ultimate consciousness called God. You all stay blessed and remember to meditate on God's name. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Jai Sri Ganesha. Jai Guru.
तर बेसिकली कसं की व्हॉट हॅपन्स आफ्टर डेथ, परमहंस योगानंदा व्हॉट ही सेज, आणि त्याच्यानंतर आफ्टर दॅट अँड सो वेन अँड देन when you are dying, so basically first we have to see what happens after death. Paramahansa Yogananda says that after death Your state after death is based on your level of awareness at which you have left your body. But along with the level of awareness, the qualities or the vasanas that your mind has picked up, it is a continuation from that point onwards. So when you are born on the Mula Nakshatra, it is that when you have died last birth, at that moment, during that last moment, you have reached to the state of all those qualities that Mula Nakshatra exhibits. So, what are the qualities of Mula Nakshatra? Those qualities first I will discuss.
Life is always in continuation. Life never ends. Your body will die, but the journey of life continues. And so it is natural that this birth you are born on Mula Nakshatra because that is where your mind has traveled so far. Remember, the journey of birth and rebirth is of the mind and not of the soul. The soul is trapped in the hands of the mind. And so, whatever sign nakshatra your moon is in this birth is the direct outcome of your mind's last birth journey. When you are born on Mula, it is a sign that last birth you have gone through the painful transformation process. And this birth you are going to experience the results of this transformation, and that you will experience through the nakshatra of Mula. Mula is not a nakshatra where transformation happens. Mula is a nakshatra that experiences the fruits of transformation that happened in the last birth. Have you seen a caterpillar? A caterpillar goes through the painful transformation. This painful transformation, a caterpillar goes through a very painful transformation. This painful transformation has happened in your last birth itself. And finally, in this birth, the same caterpillar emerges as a beautiful butterfly. So, the actual last phase of transformation happens in Mula Nakshatra, while most of its painful process of transformation happened in the last birth. Now, transformation is also a very interesting subject because it can give birth to positive person as well as negative person. How? Let's say a man goes through many sufferings and finally those sufferings brings awareness to his being. He becomes more compassionate. He becomes more kind. He becomes more understanding. And he also matures. And he transforms into a much wise person. Such a person is a positive outcome of Mula Nakshatra transformation. He will do well and he will also help his fellow men to do well in life. He can even become a great motivating force for many. Now, in the second scenario, a man goes through many sufferings, and finally, those sufferings transform him. And finally, those sufferings transform him into a dangerous don, a murderer, a looter. Then such a person is a negative outcome of Mula Nakshatra. He will cause much pain and sufferings to others. In both the scenarios, transformation has manifested, but in two different forms, good and bad. So, Mula Nakshatra does its job of manifesting transformation. But how that transformation will be is totally based on the level of awareness. Paramahansa Yogananda specifically mentions that after death, your journey continues based on the level of awareness that you had attained by the last moments of your life. That is why death chart is also of much significance, as it signifies the journey of the soul after death. If you have been utterly foolish and ignorant till the very last days of your life, if you have been offensive by nature till the very last days of your life, if you have been abusive till the very last moment of your life, then exactly from that stage of your ignorance, your next life journey begins. Remember, every coin has two sides. Even in human beings, there is a positive energy and negative energy. Similarly, every nakshatra comes with two sides, positive and negative. How you shape up is totally based on which side you pick up. And you will pick up the side based on the level of consciousness and the level of your self growth. And since Mula is a hot fiery nakshatra, Agni nakshatra, the good and the bad both are extreme in nature. Mula is extremist. Mula can either make you a Hitler or a Buddha. There is no middle ground for Mula. It is a nakshatra of extremes. In plain language, when you get angry, you become the most devilish person. And when you are cool and calm and smiling, then you become the most lovable, saintly person. Usually, it never happens that the mind, that is the moon, falls in the same nakshatra every birth, because, as mentioned earlier, life is constant change. Depending on how you behave this birth, your mind depending on how you behave in this birth, your mind will occupy a new nakshatra in the next birth. Generally, if a person born with moon in Mula takes great efforts towards his spiritual progress, then the next birth, the nakshatra falls in a nakshatra. Then, in the next birth, your moon will fall in a nakshatra ruled by Venus. Since manifestation or fructification happens only by the grace of Goddess Venus. In our Mahadasha cycle also, after Ketu Mahadasha, Venus Mahadasha begins. Always remember, Venus is also highly spiritual by nature. Otherwise, in the sign of Pisces, that is a sign ruled by Guru, Pisces, in the sign of Pisces, Venus would have not exalted because Venus is pure love. And so you see, after going through the nakshatra of Mula, if the person has really taken great efforts towards his spiritual growth, then in the next birth, he truly attains pure love. And in some scenarios, he becomes love. And now, coming back to the base level, even at the base level, a common man who never pays any attention to his self growth, such a Mula Nakshatra born common man also gets some relief in next birth, since the next birth is on the nakshatra of Venus. Although his experiences will be again on the base level of Venus, that is, material pleasures, luxuries, and so on, which are very base. It is the base level of Venus. However, those dirty, cheap, offensive, abusive fellows who are born on Mula Nakshatra and who never come to their senses, who continue to remain ignorant throughout their life, such men and women gets no promotion. They remain in the same fiery nakshatra of Mula for many births until they have learned their lessons. Mula is the very last nakshatra of Ketu. And so moksha or liberation is the ultimate goal of this nakshatra. Of course, the realization of this goal is only found in men and women who has a certain spiritual inclination in their birth charts. And such men and women are few, very few. Most of the population born on Mula simply goes on fighting, hurting, and offending others, and in the process also hurts themselves. It is like an elephant who has lost his mind. And then you know what havoc such an elephant does. And then you know what havoc such a and then you know what havoc such an elephant leads to. But then, as mentioned earlier, there are men and women who are a gem of a person, and they are so clear and sorted people that they know what needs to be done in order to attain the supreme consciousness and thereby attain moksha. Many people think that Mula is not a pleasure seeking nakshatra, meaning Mula is not a bhogi nakshatra. But if I share with you all a beautiful story of Ramakrishna Paramhans, then you will understand that the Master is the one who truly seeks the pleasures, but those pleasures are the divine pleasures, the divine bliss. While we all, the divine bliss, while we all, like fools, are chasing the fake gold and money. Once it happened, a man came to meet Ramakrishna Paramhans. He offered loads of money to Ramakrishna Paramahans. Ramakrishna said, Le ja bhai, meaning, take this back, brother. The man said, today you have proved that nobody can sacrifice like you. You are the greatest Tyagi I have ever seen. Ramakrishna laughed out loudly and said, त्यागी मैं नहीं, त्यागी तो तू है. Meaning, I am not the one who has renounced or sacrificed anything. In fact, I am a bhogi. I am enjoying the divine pleasures beyond this material world. And you are missing these divine pleasures by getting entangled in this worldly material life. For these paper currency notes, you have sacrificed the eternal divine bliss. So tell me, who is the real Tyagi? Who is the real renouncer? I or you? I am a bhogi, but of the beyond. And then the master again laughed out loudly. The man realized his mistake and also was enlightened. Sometimes, just through few words, the master can bring great transformation in your being. Only if you have a certain depth of understanding. Understanding is something that is not taught in any universities. It has to come, and it comes only through your self effort. As you take efforts towards your self growth, understanding becomes deeper and deeper. That is why I generally nowadays have stopped consulting everybody. Just a few, a selective few, only of my choice. Because I live as per my own heart. And you also should live by following the voice of your heart. Always remember, it is necessary. Always remember, it is necessary to say no when you want to say no. It is the most valuable lesson. Learn to say no when you feel from the depth of your heart that you have to say no. At every stage of life, we transform. What I or you were in our teenage, if the level at every stage of life, we transform. What I or you were in teenage, if the level of awareness remains same when you have crossed your 50s, then you are indeed one unfortunate person. On the very base level of human population, there is a certain portion of human beings who never change, never transform. They just remain on the same level of ignorance. There is not much change. So some birth they go back into the animal kingdom, meaning they are born as reptiles or animals. After all, the whole cosmos is so overpacked that there is hardly any space for anybody to stay for long in the cosmic world. So such ignorant fellows are immediately sent into the wombs of some dogs, cats, or some other animals. Even the choice of animal breed or a reptile breed is based on the quality of their karma. The whole intention of this sharing is to help all those good souls, good hearted men and women born on Mula, by letting them know that all they have been is simply an outcome of their past birth journey. And what is going to come in future is also based on what you do now. Now is the moment. If you are able to be here now, then you are truly progressing on your spiritual path. Else, if you are thinking about your past or if you are worried about your future, then you have lost it. You have simply lost it. There is no spiritual progress happening in the true sense. So it is necessary to be here now and to live moment to moment with full awareness. Mula brings the sharpness through which you can protect your people or kill your people. Mula is a sword, like a sword. You either become a great warrior or a dangerous murderer. And the choice you make is totally based on the level of your awareness and your self growth. That is why a spiritual woman, a spiritual man born on Mula can do wonders, because that is the whole purpose of Mula, to help you attain the ultimate bliss, the super consciousness, moksha. You are born on Mula because you have been through a lot of upheavals and tragedies in your past life. And those tragedies and sufferings pushed you into the process of transformation, which was very painful. And finally, in this birth, the past life transformation process has made you what you are now, Mula. You are now like a sharp sword shining with glory and ready to take on this world. Now, whether you will cut the throats of others for your own self interest, or whether you will fight and shed your blood for protecting your people, is totally based on the level of your awareness, the level of self growth you have attained through your past life journeys. Mula, that is why, is addressed as a Kshatriya. Kshatriya means a warrior. Mula is a warrior nakshatra. Always remember, a warrior is not someone who fights because no one has the right to take another life. The true warrior is one who sacrifices himself for the good of others. His task is to his task is to take care of the elderly, the defenseless, those who cannot provide for themselves, above all, the children, the future of our humanity. Mula has the spirit of a great warrior. And so, if an evolved soul is born on Mula, then you know that a great warrior, a true warrior, has arrived on this planet. Remember, when the warrior within you awakens, you will no longer fear death. You will realize that a person can kill your body, but they can never kill your soul. I love the spirit of Mula because I love the warrior within this nakshatra. I salute Mula because without Mula, you would never have the courage of a warrior. And it is only a courageous person who can jump into the unknown. It is only a courageous person who can truly love. It is only a courageous person who can let go. It is only a courageous person who can forgive. And it is only a courageous person who can meditate and attain the beyond. Because to meditate, you need tremendous courage. It is not a weak person's domain. Meditation is the domain of only those who are willing to sacrifice everything in order to attain that which cannot be taken away from them. Even when you die, even when you are no more in this material world, nobody can take away that which you have earned through your meditations. And so, to all my fellow travelers and followers, I insist that before death comes, use this opportunity of life to attain that which is beyond death, and that is your self awareness, consciousness. Enough for now. Someday I will come again with a new question on Mula. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. Lunar eclipse will occur in the airy sign of Libra. It is necessary to remember that Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini, all the three zodiac signs, complete the circle of airy signs. And so, when lunar eclipse occurs in Libra, it is going to impact the other two airy signs, Aquarius and Gemini, with the same intensity as it is going to impact the zodiac of Libra. So, in simple words, natives belonging to Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini will be facing certain difficult moments of their life during this lunar eclipse occurring on 5th May 2023. Libra natives will face issues regarding health and mental troubles, depression and frustration. Many of you may feel frustrated during this phase of lunar eclipse. Primarily, you will be stressed due to your career issues. Either you will have a real bad time on job, or you will be facing the challenge of being jobless. Either way, your profession and your career will become the center point of your troubles. So stay cautious and remember to chant Om Namah Shivaya 108 times for the entire week of lunar eclipse starting from 5th May to 12th May. Aquarius natives will have to stay away from all kind of legal troubles and disputes. Some of you may suffer due to chronic diseases, while some of you may get infected with some dangerous virus. Stay cautious as the coronavirus is again on the rise. Overall, this lunar eclipse period, your secret enemies will definitely try to harm you, and you will be in deep troubles. So, it is better that you don't increase your enemies. Don't hurt others by your offensive comments or rude behavior. If you really want to overcome the negative effects of this lunar eclipse, then maintain a sattvic diet and remember to chant every day the Ganesha mantra. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Chant for the entire week starting from 5th May to 12th May. Gemini natives will have to face many financial difficulties, as well as some of you may face family issues during this lunar eclipse period. Try to take good care of your teeth and your eyes, as chances are that your teeth or eyes may get badly infected or damaged due to some accident. Travel safely and keep a good control on your food intake. Else, you may even face food poisoning or severe indigestion problems during this lunar eclipse period. Chant the beautiful Ram mantra. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. For 7 days, starting from May 5th to May 12th. Maintain a sattvic lifestyle and don't hurt others by your words or actions. Stay calm and stay detached. Now that I have discussed the impact of eclipse on the airy signs, I will now share the impact of this eclipse on fiery signs Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. Aries natives will have to take care of their mother. Some problems to mother may occur during this phase. This lunar eclipse will badly impact your mental health and you may go into depression or some kind of emotional turmoil. So keep a good watch on your mind and don't get carried away by your mind. Some unfortunate events may happen inside your home as well as you should also take care while driving. This is an accidental prone period, so drive safely. If you want to overcome this difficult period of lunar eclipse, then you should recite the powerful Vishnu mantra. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Chant daily, starting from May 5th to May 12th. Stay calm and learn to control your mind, else, this mind will create much havoc in your life. Leo natives will have to incur loss of money, loss of sleep, loss of happiness. Overall, this period of lunar eclipse may push you into a detached mode of life, wherein you may feel as if everything is slipping out of your life and you are left with nothing. However, this is a temporary phase, so don't take to your heart. Learn to laugh out and take it easy. Always remember, nothing lasts forever. So for now, just focus on chanting daily. Chant the Ganesha mantra. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. And recite the Ganesh Atharva Shirsha daily, starting from May 5th to May 12th. The best way to deal with this phase is by retreating and staying away from the social media. Sagittarius natives will suffer a lot during this lunar eclipse period. Tragic events, emotional turmoil, sudden happenings, you will be disturbed during this phase. So it is necessary that you focus on maintaining a good sattvic lifestyle and you meditate and chant the Mrutyunjay mantra as well as chant the Shiva mantra Om Namah Shivaya daily starting from May 5th to May 12th. Now that I have discussed the impact of lunar eclipse on the fiery signs, I will now share the impact of this eclipse on watery signs Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces sign. Cancer natives will go through a lot of emotional turmoil and may even face certain issues in the relationships. During the lunar eclipse period, you should control your mind and avoid getting caught in any fights or arguments. In worst scenarios, this lunar eclipse period may even push you towards suicidal tendencies. But you must not entertain any such negative thoughts, and instead, you should focus on positive thoughts and you should try to be with your friends and family. Your secret enemies may try to target you by means of black magic spells, so you should be extra cautious. Don't eat food offered by strangers or from those whom you doubt. Be very careful while dealing with your office staff. The best remedy is to keep chanting the powerful Vishnu mantra Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Chant this mantra from May 5th to May 12th. If you chant daily, then you will remain safe. Scorpio natives will have to face bad luck during the lunar eclipse period. Long travels will be bad for you, so avoid travel plans during the eclipse period. Disputes with father or fatherly figures may cause much disturbance in your life. Be cautious while dealing with senior members in your office. Overall, a very sensitive period for scorpions. Stay safe and don't get entangled in fights or arguments. Chant the soothing Ram mantra. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Chant from May 5th to May 12th. By regular chanting, you will be able to keep your mind in good shape. Pisces natives may face challenges in creative works. You may fail to satisfy the expectations of your client. You may fall short in your creative works. So, during this low phase, it is advisable that you take a break from your work. Digestion problems may lead to acute acidity. Digestion problems may lead to acute acidity issues. So it is better that you maintain your diet and you take light food during the lunar eclipse period. Chant the beautiful Ram Krishna mantra. Om Ram Krishna Hari. Om Ram Krishna Hari. Om Ram Krishna Hari every day starting from May 5th to May 12th. Remember, by daily chanting of this mantra, you will be able to sail smoothly through this difficult lunar eclipse phase. So stay faithful and be consistent in your chanting. Now that I have discussed the impact of lunar eclipse on watery signs, I will now share the impact of this eclipse on earthly signs Capricorn, Virgo, and Taurus. Capricorn natives may have to face certain issues in their marriage. Problems to your marriage partner or problems from your marriage partner. Either way, you will remain busy in your married life problems. If you are a social figure, then be careful when dealing with the public. Some issues with the boss at work is possible during this lunar eclipse period. So be careful and focus on your performance at work. Chant the powerful Ganesha mantra Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha and visit Lord Ganesh temple daily starting from May 5th to May 12th. The grace of Lord Ganesha will protect you. Virgo natives may face certain issues from friends or siblings, certain disappointments regarding financial profits or money will impact your mental peace. In case you have in laws, then some trouble from your in laws is bound to disturb your peace of mind. Overall, this lunar eclipse period may negatively impact your profit margins, create financial troubles, and you may face certain allegations from your in laws during this lunar eclipse period. Stay cautious and control your mind. Chant the Ramakrishna mantra. Om Ram Krishna Hari, Om Ram Krishna Hari, daily starting from May 5th to May 12th. If you chant with consistency, then you will suffer less during this lunar eclipse period. Taurus sign natives may face certain issues with younger siblings. You may fall short in communicating your feelings to others, and thus others may misunderstand you. Issues in relationship may disturb your mental health. Some of you may even experience a temporary breakup in relationships. Overall, this is a very sensitive period, and so the more you communicate clearly, the better for you. Chant the Ganesha mantra Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha daily starting from May 5th to May 12th. This will keep you away from all the troubles. Chant the Chant the Ganesha mantra Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha daily starting from May 5th to May 12th. This will keep you away from all the troubles and you will be able to focus on your goals. Overall, the lunar eclipse occurring on 5th May is going to cause much havoc and sufferings in the life of many people. However, those meditative souls, those who do daily meditations, those who chant daily, these evolving souls will be able to sail smoothly through these difficult times of lunar eclipse period. However, those negative men and women who abuse others, who cause much harm to others, who do black magic on others, such men and women will suffer a lot and will have to pay heavily in the days to come. Always remember, karma always catch you. No matter where you go and what you do, your karma always follows you wherever you go. And that is why the message to all my followers is in one line: do good and you will receive good. Always remember, happiness is not ready made, it comes from your own actions. Yesterday, somebody said, when I sit down to meditate, my mind is filled with millions of thoughts. I cannot concentrate. I cannot meditate. Please help me. Please show me the way. I said to him, the answer is simple, but to know the answer, you must first listen to this beautiful story that I am going to share with you. One day, Buddha is passing by a forest. It is a hot summer day and he is feeling very thirsty. He says to Ananda, his chief disciple, Ananda, you go back. Just 3-4 miles back, we passed a small stream of water. You bring a little water. Take my begging bowl. I am feeling very thirsty and tired. He had become old. Ananda goes back, but by the time he reaches the stream, a few bullock carts have just passed through the stream, and they have made the whole stream muddy. Dead leaves which had settled into the bed have risen up. It is no longer possible to drink this water. It is too dirty. He comes back empty handed and he says, you will have to wait a little. I will go ahead. I have heard that just 2-3 miles ahead there is a big river. I will bring water from there. But Buddha insists. He says, you go back and bring water from the same stream. Ananda could not understand the insistence. But if the master says so, the disciple has to follow. Seeing the absurdity of it, that again he will have to walk 3-4 miles and he knows that water is not worth drinking, he goes. He still goes. When he is going, Buddha says, and don't come back if the water is still dirty. If it is dirty, you simply sit on the bank silently. Don't do anything. Don't get into the stream. Sit on the bank silently and watch. Sooner or later, the water will be clear again. And then you fill the bowl and come back. Ananda goes there. Buddha is right. The water is almost clear. The leaves have moved. The dust has settled, but it is not absolutely clear yet. So he sits on the bank, just watching the river flow by. Slowly, slowly, it becomes crystal clear. Then he comes dancing. Then he understands why Buddha was so insistent. There was a certain message in it for him, and he understood the message. He gave the water to Buddha and he thanked Buddha. He touched Buddha's feet. Buddha says, "What are you doing? I should thank you that you have brought water for me." Ananda says, "Now I can understand. First I was angry. I didn't show it, but I was angry because it was absurd to go back. But now I understand the message. This is what I actually needed in this moment. The same is the case with my mind. Sitting on the bank of that small stream, I became aware that the same is the case with my mind. If I jump into the stream, I will make it dirty again. If I jump into the mind, more noise is created, more problems start coming up, surfacing. Sitting by the side, I learned the technique. Now, I will be sitting by the side of my mind too, watching it with all its dirtiness and problems and old leaves and hurts and wounds, memories, desires. Unconcerned, I will sit on the bank and wait for the moment when everything is clear. And it happens on its own accord. Because the moment you sit on the bank of your mind, you are no longer giving energy to it. This is real meditation. Meditation is the art of transcendence. Just watch your mind, just watch your thoughts, but do not act on it. Just be a witness, and then slowly, slowly, the mud of thoughts will settle down, and you will be able to taste the clean, pure water, the bliss, and this bliss is the blessing of Buddha. And he is smiling. He is happy to see that you are evolving, that you are coming closer and closer to that beautiful moment of self-realization. Although 5th May is a lunar eclipse day, still on the same day, Buddha Purnima is also celebrated. And I think there cannot be such a great coincidence where on one side you have the challenges of lunar eclipse and on the other side you have the great teachings of Buddha. If you hold on to his teachings, you will definitely sail smoothly through this rough patch of lunar eclipse. It all depends on what you choose, what you focus on, because what you focus on grows. Focus on your self-growth. Focus on the daily chanting and meditations. And then you will be alright. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. The human world is vast, so vast that it cannot fit into your limited imagination. Your world is limited to your own life experiences and imaginations. The world is nothing but your own magnified mind. And so many a times you miss the many realities of this human world. One such reality is the unfortunate destiny of having a wicked, cruel, narcissist mother who becomes your enemy and tries to cause much harm in your life. Yes, and such a mother is your real mother. She is not a stepmother, she is the one who gave birth to you. In my astrology consultation sessions, I have seen many such real life examples of natives having a wicked mother, and such a mother also goes to the extent of doing black magic on her own son or daughter. It is possible that those who have good, loving It is possible that those who have good, loving mothers may find this revelation shocking and unbelievable. But trust me, I am sharing this after going through many such real life stories where the native's mother has been the worst enemy of his life. And that brings us to the point where we will now evaluate the astrological signs and placements that lead to such scenarios wherein your own mother becomes the worst enemy of your life. Sad, but sometimes human life comes with all kind of such difficult situations which one has to accept and face it with courage and faith. In astrology, as you may all know, moon signify mother. However, along with moon, the fourth house also signify mother. Now, if you make the fourth house as your ascendant, then if the fourth house lord is placed in sixth, eighth, or 12th from its own house, then it leads to problems with mother. So now, let me quickly highlight some of the significant placements that signify a wicked, cruel mother or problems with mother. When moon is in 6th house, 8th house or 12th house, when moon is with Rahu or moon is with Ketu in 6th house, 8th house or 12th house, when moon is combust, meaning moon is Asta, and in association with malefic Mars or Saturn. Fourth house lord in 6th, 8th or 12th house in Krur nakshatras is also one sign of having a bad mother. Krur means cruel. Purva Falguni, Purva Shadha, Purva Bhadrapad, Bharani, Magha are addressed as Krur nakshatras, meaning these are cruel nakshatras. And so when your moon is in these nakshatras and placed in 6th house, 8th house or 12th house, then problems with mother is very much possible. In some scenarios, the mother goes through many problems. But either ways, problem from mother or problem to mother, either of the thing happens. Mother either is very cruel or the mother has to go through many hard situations in life. Moon in Tikshana Nakshatra can also lead to a mother that is very sharp like a knife and is unable to emotionally support the native. Tikshana means sharp. The Tikshana Nakshatras are Mula, Jeshta, Adra, Ashlesha. When moon is in any of these four nakshatras and is placed in the 6th, 8th or 12th house, then problems with mother is very much possible. When 4th house lord is placed in Krura nakshatra or Tikshna nakshatras, then definitely the mother turns out to be quite insensitive, selfish, and also in certain cases is found to be offensive and abusive by nature. Whenever there are malefic planets in 3rd and 5th house, then problems with mother is possible. Either the mother goes through many problems or the mother becomes the reason for many problems in your life. In Jaimini astrology, such a placement is called Argala. Argala means a blockage. The mother's awareness is blocked and she behaves strangely and causes much harm to her child. In this podcast, I have shared these 7 signs of a wicked mother. However, there are many more signs because human life and this human world is so vast that all kind of combinations evolve in many unique horoscopes. What you all must remember is that whenever moon and 4th house lord or 4th house is under a malefic aspect, then you are bound to suffer due to mother. Rahu in 4th house, Ketu in 4th house, Mars Rahu in 4th house, Mars Ketu in 4th house, Saturn Rahu in 4th house, and many such combinations reveal that the mother is not a good person and can cause much havoc in the native's life. The most significant example is when moon is with Ketu or Rahu and the same moon is placed in 6th, 8th or 12th house and the 4th house is inhabited by malefic planets. Then you can safely predict that the mother is not a good person and the native is bound to suffer because of his mother. Although in our poems and novels and scriptures, a lot has been written about mother and motherly love and how great a mother is. Still, on the ground, in this real human world, there are thousands of real life examples where a mother has been the most wicked and dangerous person and has caused much pain and suffering to her child. My sharing is only for those who are willing to listen to the hard realities of life. The reality of life is so hard that it has given birth to poetries and novels that share all those goody goody experiences about mother and life in general, which in reality has nothing to do with the hard facts of human life. But we have all kinds of people who worship their mother, people who know that their mother is wrong, but still they are always partial towards their mother. And in these situations, the poor wife suffers. She tries to show the real face of the mother, but the son never listens. He turns a blind eye and pretends not to notice the many shortcomings of his mother. This is how he goes on accumulating sin by doubting his wife and trusting his wicked mother. And this is how the cycle of wheel continues, to which we call sansar. Sansar means the world. Sansar is an unending cycle of wheel, a wheel of birth and rebirths that happen in this material world. It is your ignorance that gives birth to your sansar, meaning your world. The difference between sansar and sannyas is what the difference between ignorance and consciousness is. Looking at life from the standpoint of self ignorance is sansar, the world. Looking at life from the standpoint of self knowing is sannyas. The difficult times that you had in your life due to your wicked, insensitive mother is also a part of your sansar, your world. Of course, you have created this cycle, and only you would be able to finish this cycle by facing it with courage and faith in your heart. Never try to escape. Instead, face it and finish your karmic dues. My utmost love and support to all my viewers and listeners who have been through these terrible experiences of life due to a wicked, insensitive, abusive mother. Every person has to pay back for his or her actions. Your mother is also going to pay back. However, I would suggest that you show compassion towards her. Since she is your mother, forgive her and try not to offend her by any ways. It is better that you simply face and finish the dues of your sansar, your world, by living your life with more awareness and by introducing God in your life. It is always good to be ordinary. Be ordinary, but bring a quality of awareness to your ordinary life. Bring God to your ordinary life. Introduce God into your ordinary life. Sleep, eat, love, pray, meditate, but don't think that you are making or doing something special, and then you will be special. You all are very special to me because you all have been through a very difficult mother. I simply pray that you all find peace and you all learn to accept the fact that not all mothers are good. Some mothers are bad, very bad. And yet you have to show a big heart. You have to rise to the occasion and you have to evolve through these many bad experiences that you had when you were living with an abusive, insensitive mother. Peace to you all. Live, love, and let go. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. Having a bad father is actually not a good start for the native. Having no father is better than having a bad father because a bad father leads to many traumatic events in your life, as well as you always remain insecure, and this insecurity eventually leads to early marriages or early relationships in life. And many a times this relationship also turns out to be disaster since you end up choosing a wrong partner, and all of this happens because you never had a good start. You never had a good foundation. Father is the very foundation of life. And when father turns out bad, then it leaves a very lasting impact on the overall quality of your life. A bad father indicates that the native indeed has a strong Pitru dosh. Pitru means your ancestors, and dosha means that which can cause problems. So, in plain words, Pitru dosh means your ancestors can cause problems in your life. And the very first problem that you may face is having a bad father or an unlucky father who faces many failures in life, or the father dies early and you are left alone and you miss him dearly. You can feel his absence in your life. Ancestors and all fatherly figures are ruled by Saturn. Interestingly, the 10th house in the Kalapurush Kundali is also ruled by the Saturn's sign Capricorn. So, whenever Saturn is afflicted by Rahu or Ketu, relation with father is not good, or the father dies early, or there is much misery in father's life. Your mother's family is the extended family of your father. The fifth house therefore signifies the family of your mother. The fifth is the second to fourth house, and second is the house of family. Sun is the natural ruler of the fifth house, and so Sun also plays a vital role when it comes to judging your father. The very first teacher is your father. Through him, you learn the ways of life. Whenever knowledge provider comes in play, Jupiter jumps in. And so Jupiter also signifies father. So now we have ninth house, 10th house, Saturn, Sun, and Jupiter signifying everything about father and his nature and his overall character and your equation with your father. Always remember, a combination of several houses and planets indicate a certain matter or subject of your life. Astrology is never one dimensional because life is never one dimensional. Life is multi dimensional, and so multiple houses and planets come together to indicate a certain happening, a certain situation, or a certain person in your life. Now, I will quickly mention the astrological signs of having a difficult father or a father who remains absent in your life. When Sun conjuncts Saturn in your chart in the 6th, 8th, or 12th house, when Saturn conjuncts Rahu in your chart in the 6th, 8th, 12th house, when Saturn Sun conjunction happens and the 10th house and the 9th house lord is retrograde or associated with malefic planets, when Saturn Ketu conjunction happens and 9th, 10th house or its lord is afflicted and sun is afflicted in the chart, when 10th house lord is afflicted and Jupiter or Saturn is with Rahu or Ketu. Jupiter Rahu conjunction is a perfect sign of having issues with father or the father is not a good character person. Saturn Rahu conjunction along with Ketu in 10th house or Mars in 10th house signify early death of father, or father remains absent during major events of life. Sun Ketu conjunction or Sun Rahu conjunction with 10th house lord in Krur or Tikshna nakshatra can also lead to early death of father or issues with father. Purva Falguni, Purva Shadha, Purva Bhadrapad, Bharani, Magha are addressed as Krur, meaning cruel nakshatras, while Mula, Jeshta, Adra, Ashlesha are Tikshna nakshatras. Krur means cruel and Tikshna means sharp like knife. Whenever Sun, Saturn, and Jupiter fall in these Krur or Tikshna nakshatras, and the 10th house and 9th house lord is afflicted by malefic planets, then the father is problematic and relations with father is always stressed. The most striking sign is the perfect conjunction of Sun and Saturn with a retrograde Jupiter, who happens to be the lord of 10th or 9th house. In such a scenario, the native never gets to meet his or her father. I had seen one such real life example wherein a young baby daughter of 10 days lost contact with her father. Her mother got a divorce and she took away the baby daughter, never to be seen again. In her chart, I observed these combinations, that is, of Sun Saturn conjunction and the 10th house Lord Jupiter retrograde. Most likely, she is never going to see her biological father, as these combinations also indicate that she has a strong Pitru dosha. In this vast human world, there are thousands of such real life scenarios wherein the native has never seen his or her father. And most likely, they will never see their father, because when there is a strong Pitru dosha, meeting with the father is next to impossible. However, this matter doesn't impact However, this matter doesn't impact the overall progress of the child. The child grows and matures much faster than the rest of his friends. The child learns to take responsibilities early in life, and thus this quality helps him or her to attain more success in life. However, Pitru dosha constantly brings many challenges in his or her life. The native struggles to find stability in life. Career is always on his mind, but even in the matters of career or his profession, he continues to witness a lot of fluctuation. It seems as if life is like ECG, at times on the high phase, while at times on the lowest phase. And the poor native never realizes that all of this is happening because of his ancestors, whom he needed to pacify in order to attain stability, peace, and prosperity in life. How to pacify your ancestors? How to pacify your ancestors. Many people think that by doing certain Shraddha rituals, you can pacify your ancestors. This is half truth. Full truth is when, along with performing annual Shraddha Vidhi, you should also feed curd and rice to crows on daily basis. You should also donate a cow to a Brahmin or to a poor farmer who can take good care of that cow. Similarly, you should also recite the Vishnu Sahasranam or you should recite Vishnu Puran on Thursdays, as well as you should always donate food to old people or to old age homes. And lastly, you should worship your father's family, Kuladev and Kuladevi. You all must understand that there is a difference between a bad father and a father who remains absent due to a certain compelling situation. Bad father causes much damage to your overall growth, while an absent father may keep you away from the many beautiful learnings and experiences that generally a child gets when his father is present in his or her life. Although in both the cases the child is devoid of happiness from father, either the father is bad and adamant or the father is completely absent due to legal divorce or some compelling situations of his life. Astrology combinations that I shared with you primarily signify the absence of father's love. However, if the chart is too bad in regards to the ninth, 10th house, then the native suffers at the hands of his father. His father is very abusive, dominating, and also has a very cheap character. As you may all know, many young daughters have been sexually abused by their biological fathers. Someday I am going to talk on the astrological signs and indications that signify child abuse. Child abuse is a very sensitive subject. It is likely that some of you may not be able to listen to the many dimensions that this subject has. However, my sharing is always for a selective class of people who has a certain depth of understanding and who are eagles and not pigeons. Sometimes, by the grace of the Master, even a bad father transforms into a good father. There was one such father, and he was a great thief. One day, Lord Mahavira arrived in his town, and the father became very afraid. He called his son and said, "Listen, son, you are free to do everything, but don't go close to that man, Mahavira. But don't go close to that man, Mahavira. I am a master thief, but I also avoid him because that man is dangerous. Something magical surrounds him, and once you are caught in it, there is no way out. So remember, go everywhere else but avoid his campus where Mahavira is staying." The son was very obedient. He avoided Mahavira's campus for many days, but the temptation was natural. Here is a man whom his father fears so much that just to be close to him seems to be dangerous. It is worth testing. So one day he went just a little closer to the campus, not inside the grove where Mahavira was staying with his disciples, but outside the grove. And he heard only one sentence. Mahavira was saying that in paradise the angels and the female angels are very beautiful. But just one thing is wrong, their feet are pointing in the opposite direction. The angels are going one way, but their feet are going in the opposite direction. Being afraid, that's all what this boy was able to listen to. And he was afraid that his father might come to know. So the boy escaped. But he thought there was no danger there, and Mahavira was just telling a fictitious story. But the same night, he and his father But the same night, he and his father were both caught stealing. It was impossible to get any information from the father. Hence, the king said, "Don't bother about the father, concentrate on the son. There is a possibility that we may be able to find out all the information that we need." And so the king's men worked out a strategy. The strategy was that the boy was given intoxicating drugs. So he slept for hours, completely unconscious. He was taken to the most beautiful room in the palace, and all the beautiful girls were serving him, bringing food and drinks. As he came back to consciousness, he thought, "My God, I am dead. I am in paradise. This is the paradise that fellow Mahavira was describing. And the girls are really beautiful. Everything is great." But then he looked at their feet, and immediately he understood that there was some conspiracy. This is not paradise because their feet are just like our feet. The woman tried in every way to convince him, "You are dead and you are in paradise." And they were saying, "This is just the reception. Before you enter the permanent paradise, you have to tell everything about your life. This is the rule. Everything will be written and recorded, and then you will enter the permanent paradise." They wanted him to confess all the sins that his father had been committing, all the thefts, murders, and things for which they had never been caught. But now he would simply smile. He said, "Forget all about it. I have heard from Mahavira himself. Your feet have given me the clue that this is the palace of the king, and this is a strategy. Tell your king to try to befool somebody else. I am a disciple of Mahavira." They said, "Strange, when did you become a disciple of Mahavira?" He said, Just passing by, I heard one sentence, and that one sentence has saved me today. And because there was no proof, finally they had to be released. And once they were released, the son said to his father, I am not going to listen to you at all. If I had not disobeyed you and had not listened to Mahavira, we would both be hanging on the gallows. Just one sentence, and that too, a small part of a story, has saved me. I am going to Mahavira. His magic has caught me. And the young boy became a great disciple of Mahavira. He said to Mahavira, you have saved me. Now give me a new life, because I don't want just to be saved and continue to be a thief and a murderer. It was good that I was caught. A discontinuity has happened. You start my life from scratch. Accept me as a child. And behind the boy came his bad father. And now the father was also crying. His cry was so loud that it moved the heart of Mahavira and his disciples. He said, Master, I am a sinner. I am a very bad father. But still, if you could accept me, I would change my ways. I will follow your word. Mahavira smiled and said, when you self-realize your mistakes, when repentance happens, life starts transforming naturally. I am here to transform the bad into good. You are welcome. The bad father, who was no more bad, touched Mahavira's feet, and Mahavira moved his hand over his back. Just a soft touch, and the whole body vibrated. The old bad father was dead, and a new good father was in the making. That night, the boy's father cried a lot. Every teardrop was bringing him closer to the reality and the purpose of this human life. Always remember, every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. We all are sinners, but we all have a future, because the universe is not going to stop until it changes you into a new person, a new man. You may have had a bad father. You may have had a bad father. You may have had a bad father. You should always You may have a bad father, but you should always give him a chance. You should not be judgmental. Rather, you should rise to the occasion and show compassion towards him. Who knows what kind of situations and problems he may have been through? As long as he has not committed any serious crime, you can always forgive him. When you forgive, you feel lighter, and then you are able to move on. And when you move on, you are able to grow and progress in life. So the key is acceptance and forgiveness. Always remember, whatever you are going through now is the result of what you have done in your past life. So if you want to see a bright future and a more positive birth life cycle, then it is necessary that you bring more awareness in this now moment. Remember, A man of awareness lives moment to moment. He is always in this now moment. Remember, what you do now is what going to decide your future course of life and thereafter. Enough for now. Focus on your meditations. Focus on being consistent in your chanting, and the rest will follow in its own accord. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. Many a times what you desire turns out to be a disaster. That is why the Master says, think before you desire a thing. There is every possibility it will be fulfilled, and then you will suffer. That's what happened to Giriraj. He desired for a child, and then the same child became the source of all his sufferings and pain. Many men and women desire a child, and they take a lot of efforts to bear a child. They may pray to God, they may do difficult rituals, they may take all kind of medicines, and finally one day they are blessed with a son or a daughter, and then they feel as if they have won the whole world. Then all kind of hopes and expectations start rising in their being. My son will become a doctor, my daughter will become an engineer, my kids will take good care of me when I become old, my kids will make me a proud parent, and all sorts of such fancy dreams and hopes and expectations engulf their mind. And then slowly, as their child grows, as he becomes old, they start realizing that they are in deep mess. Because now they can clearly see that their child is becoming a nuisance. In our Indian context, there is a beautiful word, nalayak. Nalayak means a person who is of no use, who is utterly useless and can do nothing in life. In plain English words, nalayak means unworthy. So then these parents realize that their child is unworthy, and they have literally wasted all their money and energy in raising such an unworthy child who does nothing and just eats, sleeps, and spends their hard earned money. I have met many such great lawyers, doctors, and politicians who are fed up of their child because their child has turned out to be unworthy, nalayak. He is as good as dead for them. Now, I will discuss certain astrological signs in the chart that signify such an unworthy child. But before that, let us first observe the planets that signify children or childbirth. The very first star that signifies children is the star Sun. Sun is a star and not a planet. Yet in our routine language, we address Sun as a planet. So Sun is the foremost planet that signifies children. So Sun is the foremost planet that signifies children because Sun rules the fifth house in the Kala Purush Kundali. The second foremost planet that signifies childbirth is Venus. Remember, it is the sperm that brings life and fertilizes the female egg. and Venus rules over the male sperm. And so Venus is a life provider, and thus after Sun, Venus becomes the most important planet when it comes to children or childbirth. And then comes the last and the most significant planet, planet Jupiter. Jupiter is the planet that loves expansion. Family expansion is possible only when childbirth happens. And so Jupiter is the boss when it comes to securing one's dynasty, Vansh. Vansh Vruddhi, meaning expansion of your family dynasty. That comes under Jupiter. So now that we have noted these three planets, Sun, Venus, and Jupiter, as the planets signifying children or childbirth, it is necessary that we also focus on the houses signifying children. Fifth house is the main house of children. Seventh house is the second house, that is, it signify the second child. Ninth house signify the third child. 12th house signify the fourth child, whereas second house signify the fifth child. Considering today's age, we will limit the count of children to max 5. So all in all, 5th, 7th, 9th and 12th and the 2nd are the house that signify children. 5th, 7th, 9th, 12th and 2nd are the house that signify children and childbirth. So now that you have known the planets and houses that signify children and childbirth, I will now mention the 6 signs that signify a bad, arrogant, offensive, unworthy, insensitive child. Sun Saturn conjunction and Jupiter is retrograde, or Jupiter is associated with a malefic planet, whereas Venus is with Ketu or Rahu. The second point is 5th house lord conjunct Saturn, and Sun, Jupiter and Venus are associated with a malefic or are in combust position. That is, the second point is 5th house lord conjunct Saturn, and Jupiter, Venus are associated with malefic or are in combust position. The third point is Sun in the 5th house, and 5th house lord is in the 6th, 8th or 12th house, while Jupiter and Venus is debilitated. The fourth point is Mars is in the 5th house, while Jupiter is associated with Saturn and Venus is debilitated in the chart. Then there is no happiness from children. Then there is no happiness from children. Sun, Venus and Jupiter in Krura Nakshatras or Tikshana Nakshatras can cause much unhappiness from children. Purva Falguni, Purva Shadha, Purva Bhadrapad, Bharani, Magha are addressed as Krur, meaning cruel nakshatras. While Mula, Jeshta, Adra, Ashlesha are Tikshana nakshatras. Krur means cruel and Tikshana means sharp like knife. Sun, Jupiter, and Venus in these nakshatras is indeed not a good sign, and the native will experience much pain and suffering at the hands of his children. Fifth house lord in Kurur or Tikshna nakshatras can also cause much pain and suffering from the child. The native either loses his child by means of divorce or early child death. And if the child survives, then the same child becomes the worst enemy and causes much suffering to the native. Human world is vast, very vast, and so there are many more combinations that signify suffering due to an insensitive, unworthy child. However, for now, you all must remember that whenever fifth house lord, sun, Venus and Jupiter are weak or afflicted in the chart, then there is no happiness from children. One day, a young man came to seek the blessings of the Master, and I was sitting at the feet of the Master. And the young man said, Master, I and my wife are trying for a child, but there is no luck. Please help us. The Master smiled. Whenever the Master smiled, the whole environment would light up. It was a blessing to experience those moments with the Master. And so then the Master said, Gopal, that man's name was Gopal. So the Master said, Gopal, you and your wife are beautiful souls. You both are very sensitive and helpful by nature. Your devotion and your faith is very deep. But tell me, what will your Your devotion and your faith is very deep, but tell me, what will happen if an utterly arrogant, unworthy, insensitive child is born in your family? That child will then destroy all your happiness and peace, and you both are so sweet darlings that I would not like you both to suffer at the hands of such an unworthy child. Still, 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 if you insist, then I can help you to bear a child. But be aware, it is not going to be of worth. आवाज करतात रे काहीतरी पोटात आहे त्याच्या 15 मिनिटासाठी राहील असं The master smiled. Whenever the master smiled, the whole environment would light up. It was a blessing to experience those moments with the master. And so then the master said, Gopal, you and your wife are beautiful souls. You both are very sensitive and helpful by nature. Your Your devotion and your faith is very deep. But tell me, what will happen if an utterly arrogant, unworthy, insensitive child is born in your family? That child will then destroy all your happiness and peace, and you both are such a sweet fellows. And you both are so sweet that I would not like you both to suffer at the hands of such an unworthy child. Still, if you insist, then I can help you to bear a child. But be aware, it is not going to be of worth. Gopal was indeed a very sweet, faithful, sensitive person. He had a tremendous faith in the master, and he was an intelligent fellow. He started crying, but as tears dropped from his eyes, he said, Master, you are so compassionate. How could I thank you? I am speechless. Henceforth, I will never ask for a child. We both are better without a child than to have an unworthy child. The master was also moved. He could understand that it was not an easy decision, but he knew that his Gopal was also not an ordinary man. And so he moved his hand on Gopal's head and said, Gopal, look, the whole world is there. Whomsoever you will offer love will become your child. Expand your consciousness and come out of these four walls of sansar. Gopal was a wise person, but not everyone can understand. And so people keep trying for a child, as if the child is going to be the source of their happiness. But what if the child becomes the source of their miseries? Today, millions of fathers and millions of mothers are suffering because of an insensitive, unworthy child. And they cannot do anything about it, because how can you kill your own child? And so then they continue to suffer day and night. Their child gives them unbearable pain and emotional traumas. The other day, a very old mother was talking with me. She said she has only one son and she invested all her money and energy in raising him up. She was a single mom. And now her son says, I am living with you because I want someone to cook for me. And you are a good cook. So see the insensitiveness. The son is so insensitive that the value of his mother is only limited to a value of a cook. This is how hundreds and thousands of parents suffer every day when their son and daughter hurt them by their offensive, insensitive talks. And in worst scenarios, there was an old woman who said that her son beats her every day, and yet she cannot do anything because where will she go? She had nobody to look after her. She was counting on her son. However, her son made her count her days until one evening she died. Many men and women cry because they lost the custody of their child in a divorce case. But what is the guarantee that if you would have got the custody of your child, then that child would have turned good for you? But shallow men and shallow women don't understand. They bring all sorts of those foolish emotions and in the process cause much pain to themselves. Whatever happens, happens for good. If you go by this belief, then everything works fine for you. But generally, people are so much fired up in manipulating situations, and then in the end, these kind of people suffer a lot. Neem Karoli Baba says, it is very difficult to know exactly what good should come out of a particular situation. To attempt to manipulate circumstances so your idea of good can come about is to let the ego play God, and that, as you know, can and does backfire. But 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 shallow men and shallow women try to manipulate circumstances by means of black magic spell or ways of the court. They think they are smart, but in the end, everything backfires on them. They end in utter miseries. Many fathers and mothers suffer due to an utterly selfish child. Reminds me of a beautiful story. In this story, the tree represents the father and the mother. There was once an ancient and majestic tree with branches spreading out towards the sky. When it was in a flowering mood, butterflies of all shapes, colors, and sizes danced around it. When it grew blossoms and bore fruit, birds from faraway lands came and sang in it. The branches, like outstretched hands, blessed all who came and sat in their shade. A small boy used to come and play under it, and the big tree developed an affection for the small boy. Love between big and small is possible if the big is not aware that it is big. The tree did not know it was big, only man has that kind of knowledge. The big always has the ego as its prime concern, but for love, nobody is big or small. Love embraces whomsoever comes near. So the tree developed a love for this small boy who used to come to play near it. Its branches were high, but it bent and bowed them down so that he might pluck its flowers and pick its fruit. Love is ever ready to bow, the ego is never ready to bend. If you approach the ego, its branches will stretch upwards even more. It will stiffen so you cannot reach it. The playful child came and the tree bowed its branches. The tree was very pleased when the child plucked some flowers. Its entire being was filled with the joy of love. Love is always happy when it is can. Love is always happy when it can give something. The ego is always happy when it can take something. The boy grew. Sometimes he slept on the tree's lap, sometimes he ate its fruit, and sometimes he wore a crown of the tree's flowers and acted like a jungle king. One becomes like a king when the flowers of love are there, but one becomes poor and miserable when the thorns of the ego are present. To see the boy wearing a crown of flowers and dancing about filled the tree with joy. It nodded in love, it sang in the breeze. The boy grew even more. He began to climb the tree to swing on its branches. The tree felt very happy when the boy rested on its branches. Love is happy when it gives comfort to someone. The ego is only happy when it gives discomfort. With the passage of time, the burden of other duties came to the boy. Ambition grew. He had exams to pass. He had friends to chat with and to wander about with. So he did not come often. But the tree waited anxiously for him to come. It called from its soul, "Come, come, I am waiting for you." Love waits day and night, and the tree waited. The tree felt sad when the boy did not come. Love is sad when it cannot share. Love is sad when it cannot give. Love is grateful when it can share, when it can surrender totally. Love is the happiest. As he grew, the boy came less and less to the tree. The man who becomes big, whose ambitions grow, finds less and less time for love. The boy was now engrossed in worldly affairs. One day, while he was passing by, the tree said to him, "I wait for you, but you do not come. I expect you daily." The boy said, "What do you have? Why should I come to you? Have you any money? I am looking for money." The ego is always motivated. Only if there is some purpose to be served with the ego come. Only if there is some purpose to be served, then the ego will come. But love is motiveless. Love is its own reward. The startled tree said, "You will come only if I give something?" That which withholds is not love. The ego amasses, but love gives unconditionally. The tree said, "We don't have that kind of sickness, and we are joyful. Flowers bloom on us. Many fruits grow on us. We give soothing shade. We dance in the breeze and sing songs. Innocent birds hop on our branches and chirp even though we don't have money. The day we get involved with money, we will have to go to the temples like you weak men do, to learn how to obtain peace, to learn how to find love. No, we do not have any need for money." The boy said, "Then why should I come to you? I will go where there is money. I need money." The ego asks for money because it needs power. The tree thought for a while and said, "Don't go anywhere else, my dear. Pick my fruit and sell it. You will get money that way." The boy brightened immediately. He climbed up and picked all the tree's fruit. Even the unripe ones were shaken down. The tree felt happy, even though some twigs and branches were broken, even though some of its leaves had fallen to the ground. Getting broken also makes love happy, but even after getting, the ego is not happy. The ego always desires more. The tree didn't notice that the boy hadn't even once looked back to thank him. It had its thanks when the boy accepted the offer to pick and sell its fruit. The boy did not come back for a long time. Now he had money and he was busy making more money from that money. He had forgotten all about the tree. Years passed. The tree was sad. It yearned for the boy's return. like a mother whose breasts are filled with milk, but whose son is lost. Her whole being craves for her son. She searches madly for her son so he can come to lighten her. She was the inner Such was the inner cry of that tree. Its entire being was in agony. After many years, now an adult, the boy came to the tree. The tree said, "Come, come, my boy, come, embrace me." The man said, "Stop that sentimentality. That was a childhood thing. I am not a child anymore." The ego sees love as a madness, as a childish fantasy. But the tree invited him, "Come, swing on my branches, come dance, come play with me." The man said, "Stop all this useless talk. I need to build a house. Can you give me a house?" The tree exclaimed, "A house? I am without a house. Only men live in houses. Nobody else lives in a house but men. And do you notice his condition after his confinement among four walls? The bigger his buildings, the smaller man becomes. We do not stay in houses, but you can cut and take away my branches, and then you may be able to build a house." Without wasting any time, the man brought an axe and severed all the branches of the tree. Now the tree was just a bare trunk, but love cares not for such things. Even if its limbs are severed for the loved one, love is giving, love is ever ready to give. The man didn't even bother to thank the tree. He built his house, and the days flew into years. The trunk waited and waited. It wanted to call for him, but it had neither branches nor leaves to give it strength. The wind blew by, but it couldn't even manage to give the wind a message, and still its soul resounded with one prayer only: "Come, come, my dear, come." But nothing happened. Time passed, and the man had now become old. Once he was passing by, and he came and stood by the tree. The tree asked, "What else can I do for you? You have come after a very, very long time." The old man said, What else can you do for me? I want to go to distant lands to earn more money. I need a boat to travel." Cheerfully the tree said, "But that's no problem, my love. Cut my trunk and make a boat from it. I would be so very happy if I could help you go to faraway lands to earn money." But please remember, I will always be awaiting your return. The man brought a saw, cut down the trunk, made a boat, and sailed away. Now the tree is a small stump, and it waits for its loved one to return. It waits and it waits and it waits. The man will never return. The ego only goes where there is something to gain. And now the tree has nothing, absolutely nothing to offer. The ego does not go where there is nothing to gain. The ego is an eternal beggar in a continuous state of demand, and love is charity. Love is a king, an emperor. Is there any greater king than love? One day, A Sufi saint was passing by, and for a while he rested near that small stump. And the tree, that is the small stump, whispered to him, "That friend of mine has not come back yet. I am very worried in case he might have drowned, or in case he might be lost. He may be lost in one of those faraway countries. He might not even be alive anymore. How I wish for news of him. As I near the end of my life, I would be satisfied with some news of him at least. Then I could die happily. But he would not come even if I could call him. I have nothing left to give, and he only understands the language of taking." Language of taking. That's what such unworthy, insensitive children understands. The language of taking. Many a times you are destined to have such unworthy, ungrateful, insensitive children because of your own past life bad karmas. My suggestion is live through it so that all your past karmic dues are over, and in the next life you may not have to come across such unworthy, insensitive children again. Enough for now. Remember to meditate and chant daily. And instead of crying over your children's insensitiveness, it is better that you ignore them and you stop expecting anything in return. Remember the story of that tree? The child never returns because now the tree has nothing more to offer. It has become old and it has been reduced to a mere small stump. Life indeed is a series of suffering. That is why Buddha says life is suffering. But it is necessary that you live your life and self-realize this Buddha fact that life indeed is a suffering. My utmost love to all my viewers and listeners who are suffering at the hands of their children. More strength and more power to you. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. Overthinking is a sign that you are in the tight grip of your mind. Bhagwan Raman Maharshi says, the nature of the mind is to wander. You are not the mind. However, those who are still to embark on their spiritual journey are generally found to be much trapped and enslaved by their mind. And so the majority of human population is always overthinking. The mind drives them crazy and they continue to think and think and think, and out of this overthinking, nothing good is derived. Overthinking happens when you become a slave of your mind, and mind is represented by moon in astrology. And so moon chart, Chandra Kundali, becomes extremely significant when it comes to the unfortunate pattern of overthinking. It is said that the Chandra, that is mind, is the guru of your brain, which is ruled by Mercury. And so, moon chart and the overall state of Mercury in your chart signify the horrible traits of overthinking. I always say that even if you get a simple, plain looking wife, it is better than to have a beautiful wife who just goes on overthinking and in the process causes much damage to herself as well as to her husband. And the same and the same is and the same is applicable to a husband who overthinks and spoils the mood of the moment. Now that we have identified Moon and Mercury as the most significant planets when it comes to overthinking, let me quickly highlight 7 signs that signify overthinking person. First, Moon Mercury conjunction or a Moon Mercury opposition is one significant sign of a person who overthinks. Second, Moon Mercury Rahu conjunction is the second sign of a person who overthinks. The third point is Moon Rahu conjunction. Moon Rahu conjunction is the most terrible sign of a person who overthinks. Generally, women having Moon Rahu conjunction appear very beautiful, but if you observe these women closely, you will find that they are master overthinkers. A Ketuish person will simply run away from such a woman who has Moon Rahu conjunction. But once you are caught in the clutches of a woman having Moon Rahu, it is difficult to escape. And the fourth point is Moon Sun Mercury conjunction. Or even if these 3 planets are just together, then it is a worst placement, and the woman or man is an overthinker and also at times offensive or abusive by nature. Moon Mars Mercury conjunction is also yet another sign of overthinking. The sixth is Moon. The sixth point is Mercury Mars conjunction. Mercury Mars conjunction also signify overthinking, and it becomes worse if the native is born with Moon in Virgo or Gemini. The seventh point is Mercury Rahu conjunction, and when Moon is with Sun, then it is a perfect sign of overthinking and it also brings depression. So basically, whenever Moon and Mercury is associated with Rahu or Mars, and in addition to this, if Moon is combust and placed in mercurial signs of Virgo or Gemini, or when Moon is in Cancer, then the person generally becomes a victim of overthinking. The last point is when Moon or Mercury is in the 8th house. Even then, the person is found to be an overthinker. Real beautiful men and women are those who think less and feel more. They are spontaneous. If they love someone, they will spontaneously express their feeling by saying those 3 beautiful words, I love you. During my early 20s, when I had fallen in love, I was also very spontaneous. What is there to fear? When you love, you simply love. Always remember, being spontaneous is the very first sign of a man who someday is going to fall in love with God. Because God is also spontaneous. I have never ever heard that God thinks. No, never. God never thinks. God only loves, and love is spontaneous. Very spontaneous. And that's why love is beautiful. Always remember, love is true only when it is spontaneous, unplanned, unpracticed, uncultivated, unthought. Love definitely is not for those who overthink. Once a beautiful woman came and proposed a great scholar. His name was Immanuel Kant. Kant was a great scholar, a great philosopher. And so when the woman asked, "Will you marry me?" Kant said, "I will think over your proposal and let you know soon." Now, what is there to think? Either you say no or you say yes. But overthinkers always like to think and analyze so much that they lose many good opportunities. And so Kant went to the largest library of his town and he read books on marriage and love. He wanted to know if marriage is a good option. And so for 2 years he continued his research and his analysis, and after which he concluded that marriage is indeed a great option. And so after 2 years, he went to that woman's place and knocked on her door. An old man opened the door. He must be her father. He asked, "Who are you and what you want, sir?" Kant said, "My name is Immanuel Kant and I want to marry your daughter." The old man smiled and said, "You are a little late, sir. She is married and now she has a beautiful daughter." This is how overthinkers miss opportunities. They are unable to connect with the higher calling. They are so much trapped in their mind that they just go on thinking and thinking and thinking until they drop dead. Bhagwan Raman Maharshi says the degree of freedom from unwanted thoughts and the degree of concentration on a single thought are the measures to gauge spiritual progress. Single thought. This single thought is the mantra. When you start reciting a specific mantra, then your degree of concentration on the mantra keeps away all other unwanted thoughts. And therefore, Guru Nanak says, Naam Japo. Therefore, Sant Kabir encourages his disciples to recite Naam, meaning recite the mantra with consistency and deep love. The great enlightened masters have provided the most significant solution to overcome depression and overthinking, and that solution is called mantra chanting. But who wants to listen? Shallow people are just looking for some quick results. They forget that even a baby takes 9 months to come out of the womb. One who is willing to be patient, one who is willing to take consistent efforts towards daily chanting, and one who is willing to remain faithful, only such a person can overcome overthinking. But the human world is vast and only few can understand the message of the Master. The rest will simply continue with their overthinking, and the next life they take birth as some animal or reptile. Because overthinking means they have never taken any efforts towards their spiritual growth, towards their self growth. And one who ignores self growth often takes the next birth as some animal or a reptile. To all my close followers, I appeal start chanting every day. Chant the mantra of your choice. Krishna mantra, Vishnu mantra, Ganesha mantra, Gayatri mantra. Choose a certain mantra. Choose a mantra of your choice and chant so deeply that all your thoughts remain at bay and you remain untouched by any other thoughts than the thought of the Almighty, the Guru, the beloved Master. Love to all my close followers. My sharing is for a selective people who can understand the language I speak. My sharing is for a selective class of people who can understand the language I speak. And let me tell you, there is no other language as beautiful as the language of silence. And so now I again go back in my silence. You also return to your silence. Silence that is not just on the outside, but also within you. Deep silence, no thoughts, just observe and chant. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. A right person in a wrong place can cause much damage. Then the right person also starts appearing as a bad person. Many a times a good woman is forced to marry a man whom she dislikes, and thus such an unfortunate woman is bound to suffer in a miserable marriage. In such a marriage, neither the husband is happy nor the wife. Still, they continue with their marriage because they are much worried about their social image. Divorce is considered as a taboo in many societies, and generally, affluent men in higher positions try to avoid divorce or divorce because what will people say? And so continues the saga of pain and suffering. Husband and wife live together under the same roof but in separate rooms. Neither of them want to see each other's face, but prestige and image is what compels them to live in a failed marriage. Interestingly, it is observed that love marriages have turned out to be a nightmare because after marriage, the lover turned husband is no more caring and instead becomes more quarrelsome and evil by nature. He becomes possessive and always doubts his wife's character. By chance, if he sees her with a male friend, then he starts doubting her character. At times, such husbands go to the extent of calling their wife a prostitute. Just because she goes around with another male, she becomes a prostitute in the dictionary of such an idiot husband. So it is a myth that only in arranged marriages. So it is a myth that only in arranged marriages bad husbands are found. In fact, in love marriages also you will find more bad husbands because love marriage is a marriage of intense emotions. And so, where there is intense love, there is intense hate also. When marriages fail, husbands start. When marriages fail, husband starts seeking a soulmate. They think that a soulmate will change their life. They think that a soulmate will be better than their wife. But this is just an illusion of their mind. Such a husband will make the same hell out of a soulmate as he have been making out of his marriage. Nothing changes except for the word, the label. Such a husband can change the word wife to the word soulmate, but he is the same. He is the same person. He hasn't changed. And as long as he remains the same person, he will continue to make the same hell out of soulmates. To all those wives who have suffered in their marriage or who are suffering in a marriage, you all must understand that whenever you suffer in marriage, it is primarily connected with your past life karmic dues. Sometimes the husband is truly the most bad, insensitive animal whom you have to tolerate because of certain compulsions. In this podcast, I am sharing certain planetary placements that signify a bad, insensitive husband who is as good as an animal. In fact, animals are also better because they at least have some gratitude. But such a dirty, poor character husband is ungrateful. But such a dirty, poor character husband is an ungrateful man and causes much pain to his wife. The worst a husband can The worst a husband can do is to doubt his wife's character and to call his wife a prostitute. And a husband who physically abuses his wife or cheats his wife by sleeping with another woman is indeed a very unfortunate thing to happen. And at some stage of life, such an abusive, cruel husband have to pay back for all that he did to his wife. In a woman's chart, the foremost planet that signify happiness from marriage is Venus. The second planet is Saturn. Since Saturn rules the 11th house of the Kalapurush Kundali, and Saturn is also directly connected with past life karmas. The Prarabdha karma comes under Saturn, and Prarabdha karma is the karma of your past life. Remember, karma is of three types: Prarabdha karma, that is your past life karma; Sanchit karma, that is the whole sum of all your past lives karma; and the Kriyaman karma, that is the karma that you do on a daily basis. Prarabdha karma, Sanchit karma, and Kriyaman karma. So karmas are of three types, and Saturn signify the Prarabdha karma. So when your marriage is failing or when you suffer in your marriage, it means that your Prarabdha karma is not good, and you have to take special efforts towards improving your Prarabdha karma. And you have to take special efforts in improving your Kriyaman karma. Kriyaman karma is the karma that you do now. So if you start doing some good karmas now, then the next life you will have a better version of a husband. The third planet is Jupiter, because all ceremonial rites such as marriage or court marriage is validated by Lord Jupiter. The fourth and the last planet is Sun. Sun signify your status and dignity in society. Failure in marriage can impact the woman's dignity and status in the society. So Venus, Saturn, Jupiter and Sun signify the overall condition of marriage in life. Now that I have discussed the planets signifying the condition of marriage, I will now discuss the houses in the birth chart that also play a significant role when it comes to your marriage. 7th house, 11th house and 2nd house signify the overall condition and quality of married life. If you look deeply, then you will realize that in the Kalapurush Kundali, 2nd and 7th house is ruled by Venus, whereas 11th house is ruled by Saturn. And both 2nd, 7th and 11th, all the three houses are very critical when it comes to a married life. I will now quickly highlight certain placements that signify a difficult, insensitive, bad husband. Whenever Saturn is in Mula Nakshatra, or whenever Saturn is with Ketu or Saturn is with Rahu, challenges in marriage is seen, as well as if Jupiter and Sun are afflicted, then the marriage can break apart through a legal divorce. Husband is always difficult to handle in such scenarios. Whenever Saturn is in Ashwini Nakshatra and 7th house lord or 7th house is occupied by Ketu, then marriage is challenging and the husband is difficult to handle. Whenever Venus is placed in the 7th house and Jupiter, Saturn are afflicted or placed in 6th, 8th or 12th house, then also marriage becomes very challenging. The fourth point is whenever 7th house lord is placed in 6th, 8th or 12th house, from the moon, then the native gets married to a person she dislikes. Basically, she is forced by her parents to get married to a person whom she dislikes. Whenever seventh house lord in ascendant chart and seventh house lord in moon chart are placed in 6th, 8th, or 12th house, and when Venus is afflicted by Ketu, then marriage is problematic. Husband can cause much pain and suffering in the native's life. Whenever seventh house lord is combust and Saturn's seventh drushti is on the seventh house, and seventh house lord is in the 12th, 8th, or 6th house, then marriage partner is difficult to handle and a divorce or a separation is possible. Whenever Rahu or Ketu occupy the seventh house and the seventh house lord is combust, then the marriage partner is unable to connect with the native, since both have very different mindsets and different thought processes and ideologies. Whenever seventh house lord is combust, sexual satisfaction is missing, and many a times the couple may avoid sex due to difference in opinion and disputes in marriage. But this placement signify long breaks in sexual life. Whenever seventh house lord is retrograde and Venus is afflicted by Mars or Ketu, whenever seventh house lord is retrograde and Venus is afflicted by Mars or Ketu and seventh house is occupied by Ketu, then sexual satisfaction through marriage partner is less and the native remains sexually unsatisfied. Always remember, whenever Ketu is placed in the seventh house in the ascendant chart as well as in the Chalita chart, then the native is unable to find sexual satisfaction through his wife or through her husband. However, sexual satisfaction is possible outside marriage. So many a times Ketu or Rahu in the seventh house can lead to an extramarital life. Whenever Sun is with Rahu or Ketu and Venus is placed in 8th house while 7th house lord is afflicted and 7th house is occupied by a debilitated Saturn, then a marriage partner is a difficult person and the marriage struggles to survive. And now comes the 11th point, the last point. Whenever Jupiter is in the 7th house, Seventh house lord is combust or associated with a malefic, and Venus is weak or afflicted, or Venus and Saturn are in Krur or Tikshna nakshatra, then the marriage is a very difficult marriage. Death of husband, or the husband kills his wife by means of black magic or through a contract killer, that is supari killer. Purva Falguni, Purva Shadha, Purva Bhadrapad, Bharani, Magha are addressed as Krur, meaning cruel nakshatras, while Mula, Jeshta, Adra, Ashlesha are Tikshna nakshatras. Krur means cruel and Tikshna means sharp like a knife. Whenever Venus, Saturn, Jupiter fall in these Krur or Tikshna nakshatras, and the 7th house and 11th house lord is afflicted by malefic planets, then the marriage is very problematic and relation with husband is always stressed. Always remember that along with the ascendant chart, the moon chart is also very, very important, because 99% of human population is driven by the mind, and moon signify mind. And so many a times the ascendant chart may not show the traits of a failing marriage or of a insensitive husband, but the moon chart always has all the signs that signify a difficult husband and a failed marriage. And so, 7th house from moon, 2nd house from moon, and 11th house from moon is very important, and any malefic contact to the owner of these houses can cause trouble in marriage. In fact, the moon chart is more important than the ascendant chart, because even though you are having millions of dollars in your account, still, if you are not happy with your life, then what's the use? Happiness is based on the state of your mind. And so, moon chart is very important. That is why our ancient sages have given utmost importance to moon signs, because finally it all comes down to that one invisible part of your body, the mind. And so, whenever you plan to get married, always observe the moon chart of the man you plan to marry. If the moon chart has positive placements in regards to married life, then you can proceed further, and then you can examine his ascendant chart. But the primary chart is the moon chart. If you miss to analyze the moon chart, then you miss the whole point of identifying a good marriage partner. Always focus on the nakshatras of the moon and the overall quality of the moon chart before deciding the man of your life. Enough for now. In my next podcast, I will talk on the astrological signs that signify a bad, insensitive, wicked wife. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. Mars in 10th house is the blessed placement. Mars in 10th house is the best placement for Mars since Mars exalts in Capricorn and Capricorn rules the 10th house in the Kala Purush Kundali. Whereas Mars in 4th house Whereas Mars in 4th house is a weak placement for Mars since Mars debilitates in Cancer and Cancer rules the 4th house in the Kala Purush Kundali. 4th house is directly connected to emotions. And when Mars is in the sign of Cancer, you tend to go through many emotional moments of life. Mars exhales in Dhanishta Nakshatra and Mars debilitates in Ashlesha Nakshatra. Basically, Mars dislikes Mercury. Mercury likes to analyze a lot. Mercury is an overthinker, whereas Mars loves action. समर्थ रामदास स्वामी used to say, केल्याने होत आहे रे, आधी केलेची पाहिजे. Meaning, it is only when you take action that things can manifest. But for that, first you have to take action. Action. That's what Mars loves. And in the sign of Cancer, Mars is unable to operate in its full capacity, especially when it transits through Ashlesha Nakshatra that occupies the last part of Cancer sign. People born with Mars in Cancer find difficulties in taking action and thus they are unable to materialize their dreams and aspirations. In a woman's chart, Mars in Cancer is not a good sign from marriage perspective. However, astrology is not one dimensional. So, if there are some other supporting aspects such as a positive 7th house or 7th house lord placement is good, then somehow marriage will happen and it will not break apart. However, Mars in Cancer always brings issues in relationships. The woman feels as if she is constantly dominated by her partner. And she wants to rebel, but she can't because the power of Mars is reduced in the sign of Cancer. To rebel, you need courage. Courage is what comes through Mars. And so, when Mars is debilitated in Cancer, or when Mars is transiting Cancer, then somehow courage is missing. And so, you may not be able to take the action, and things may get delayed. And so, now when Mars transit Cancer, you will see less action and more noise. Jupiter Rahu will remain in Aries, and when Mars, the Lord of Aries, is in Cancer, it is not a good sign. There is a high possibility that one may fall for his or her temptations. Unable to control temptations, becoming an emotional fool, and hesitating or delaying the process of actual action are some of the traits of transiting Mars in Cancer sign. Mars in Capricorn is well balanced and will not shoot like a madman, but Mars in Cancer is a full gone case and can be impulsive in his or her actions. Impulsiveness is very dangerous. Many a times you fall for the looks of a beautiful woman and you jump in the bed with her. But later you realize that this impulsiveness led you into many miseries of life. Mars in Cancer is a perfect sign of impulsive nature, whereas Mars in Capricorn is a very cautious person. He will not jump in the bed with a woman just because he liked her body and her looks. He will control his temptations and he will evaluate all the pros and cons before he commits to a woman. Mars in Cancer thus leads to a person who is an emotional fool, impulsive, impatient, and loves to procrastinate. And so now I will quickly share the impact of transiting Mars in Cancer on all 12 zodiac signs. Aries, for Aries, mother, home affairs, and the state of your happiness will be impacted negatively when Mars transit Cancer. Do not take any impulsive decisions regarding the matters of your home, your family, or your mother. Wait until Mars moves out of Cancer. Recite the Ganesha mantra Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Taurus. For Taurus, brothers, siblings, short travels, and your mind. Mars in Cancer will impact all of these, and so be cautious and do not make any hasty decisions. Take your time before you make your move. Problems in short travels and problems from siblings or problems to siblings is possible. You may get emotionally sensitive or emotionally exhausted during the transit of Mars in Cancer. For Gemini, fluctuations in your savings, issues with family members, and some problems with your teeth, eye, or throat may occur during this Mars transit. Please control your diet. Avoid eating junk food. Cancer. For Cancer, this is a highly emotional and sensitive period. Please control your emotions and don't make any decisions on the basis of your emotions and feelings. Try to remain practical and focus on the now moment. Relationship breakups or issues in relationships may arise during this transit. So please take good care of yourself and try to stay calm and avoid hurting others through your impulsive actions. For Leo natives, you will be able to focus more on your spiritual practices. This transit of Mars is good for all kind of spiritual practices as well as it is also good for those who are in a relationship. If you are deeply in love, then you will enjoy this period with your lover. Overall, this is a positive period for Leo natives. Take care of your feet. Always keep your feet clean as that attracts money and prosperity in life. Virgo. For Virgo, focus will be more on earnings and profit margins. For some, this can lead to a fluctuation in earnings, especially if you are doing business. Issues with a daughter in law or a son in law is possible. Try to be patient and stay calm. You may find yourself busy on social media platforms. Just be cautious while posting on social media platforms. For many, this is a time when your desires will be fulfilled. For Libra natives may face issues regards to marriage and career. At workplace, you may face issues with your boss. It is better that you remain calm and avoid taking any hasty decisions for now. Just wait and be patient until Mars is in Cancer. For Scorpio, you will be drawn towards higher philosophies and higher learning. You may receive good guidance from some wise men. You will feel inspired and motivated during this period, and in certain scenarios, you may become a good motivating person for many. And in certain scenarios, you may also become a good motivating person and you may motivate many people. So, overall, this is a good transit for scorpions, though please don't get too much carried away by your ideology and emotions. Try to maintain a balance. Sagittarius. For Sagittarius, there is a high possibility that you may become a victim of black magic spells. During this transit of Mars, you should be very careful and cautious as your enemies will try to cause much harm to you. Drive safely and start chanting daily. Meditate daily and take good care of yourself. This is a highly sensitive period for you. For Capricorn, your whole energy and focus will be on your marriage partner. Take good care of your marriage partner. If you are in a relationship, then it is likely that you may face some troubles from your partner, or your partner may demand more of your time. During this phase, be careful while dealing with the public. There are all kinds of people in this human world. You should focus only on those who match your frequency. For Aquarius, try not to quarrel and don't indulge in petty fights. Some conflicts at workplace is possible during Mars transit in Cancer. However, during this transit phase, you will feel more energetic and you will become a workaholic. Take good care of yourself by following a sattvic diet. Acidity or digestion issues may cause some uneasiness, so avoid eating spicy food. And now, the last and my most favorite zodiac sign, the sign of Pisces. For Pisces, love and love relationship will attract much of your energy. This is also a good period for businessmen as well as for entrepreneurs. It is a good time to stay invested in stock market. Overall, this transit of Mars is a happy-go-lucky transit for you. Just take care of your stomach. Eat consciously. Overall, till 30th June, Mars will remain in Cancer. Mars is debilitated in Cancer. Debilitated planet means weak planet. A weak Mars can cause some troubles in life, especially emotional turmoil or certain upheavals, tragic events in life. But most of these events are connected to home, love, feelings, relationships, or marriage. Whenever Mars is weak, some problem from brother or problems to brother is seen, since Mars signify Bandhu, meaning brother. The remedy to overcome weak Mars is by fasting on every Tuesday. Just have fruits and tea or coffee on Tuesdays. And after sunset, you can have a vegetarian dinner. Along with fasting, one should also read Hanuman Chalisa, and you should visit Lord Hanuman temple on every Tuesday. Just by devoting yourself to Lord Hanuman, you will be able to sail smoothly through this Mars in Cancer transit period. You all must understand that the base of consciousness is energy. And so, the more you purify the energy within you, the more you will be able to feel more alive, more fresh. Whenever there is anger within you, it needs a way out. If you are angry, if you don't like a person, and you have much anger for him, then express that anger. You can even go out in the woods and cut some trees, or you can go out in the wood and maybe you do some physical work so that all this energy comes out and you feel lighter. Always remember, whenever there is anger within you, it needs a way out. If the anger remains suppressed within, then the energy within is disturbed, and that gives way to mental and physical diseases. Mars is energy, and so whenever Mars is placed in 12th house, the person is unable to express his or her feelings, and thus suppression or repression of feelings lead to many unfortunate events such as suicide or a mental breakdown or some serious physical diseases. Repression is suicide. Expression is life. When you express your love, when you express your hate, when you express your anger, then it is good, because that way the energy within you is not disturbed. You are not piling up negativity within you. You are expressing, you are giving a way out to your feelings. The hate and the anger spoils the energy, and the same energy creates smoke and unhealthy fumes within us, and we become ugly. We can purify this energy with love and compassion, and then we become radiant. The energy affects our consciousness both in the negative and positive way. We need to be aware and observe it. Tantra says, first purify the body, purify it of all repressions, allow the body energy to flow, remove the blocks. It is very difficult to come across a person who has no blocks. It is very difficult to come across a person whose body is not tight. Loosen this tightness. This tension is blocking your energy. The flow cannot be possible with this tension. Always remember, if you truly want to work on your energy, then first the body has to be purified of many repressions. Whatever you have repressed within you, anger, sexual urge, hate, emotional feelings, all of this should find a way out. Only then your energy will remain pure and free flowing, leading to a higher state of awareness, consciousness. Somebody asked, what is prayer? Merging with energy is the real prayer. It changes you, and when you change, the whole of existence changes. And so, feel your energy. Let all those feelings and emotions that you have repressed come out, and then you will feel lighter. Then the energy that is Mars will flow freely within your body, and then you will be able to concentrate better, and all of this will lead you to a better life, a life that is no more a problem but a beautiful song, a beautiful painting. Enough for now. Focus on expressing and stop repressing, because expression is life, repression is suicide. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. Many husbands suffer at the hands of a quarrelsome, nagging, insensitive wife. I remember there was a man living in the US, and his wife used to physically abuse him, and he was so afraid because he could not do anything. He was afraid that she may kick him out on the streets and he may become a homeless man begging on the streets of New York. So, although there is much talk about abusive husbands, still in this woman empowered age, very few people dare to speak on an abusive wife, because a wife is a woman, and nowadays it has become a trend that whenever you talk against a wicked woman, or whenever you talk against any woman, you are strongly condemned. In fact, the laws of the land are always in fact, the laws of the land are always in favor of the woman. And so the poor husband is always struggling for the custody of his child, or to spend his life, or he has to spend his life in convincing the court that how terrible his wife is. A nagging wife, a suspicious wife, a doubtful wife, a possessive wife, a dominating wife, or an utterly insensitive, arrogant, selfish wife. All of these are very, very difficult situations for many husbands, and they just don't know what to do, because now they are trapped. And now there is this whole society and parents and friends, and so they continue to suffer in a failed marriage. They continue to suffer at the hands of their selfish, insensitive wife. In this podcast, I am going to talk about signs in astrology that signify a difficult, insensitive, dangerous wife who can cause much harm to her husband. Please note that this podcast is not about a wife who cheats or indulges in extramarital affairs. For that, I will be talking in a new podcast. However, this podcast is only focused on a misbehaving, insensitive, arrogant, nagging wife. So now let's begin. In a male's chart, Venus signifies woman. Seventh house is the house of marriage. Seventh house Lord signify the overall condition of marriage and marriage partner. Along with seventh, 11th and third house also is significant since 11th house signify manifestation of marriage and third house signify mentality or mindset of marriage partner since third is ninth from seventh house. So now I will quickly note certain points that signify a quarrelsome, insensitive, difficult, selfish wife. When Venus is afflicted by Rahu, Ketu or Mars and 7th house is occupied by Ketu or Rahu or Jupiter, then problem with wife is seen. When Venus is placed in 8th house and 8th house lord is debilitated while 7th house and 7th house lord is afflicted by malefic, then problem with wife is seen. When 7th house lord is combust and 7th house is occupied by Ketu or Rahu, problems with wife is seen. When Rahu and Ketu are placed in 1st and 7th house, or when Rahu is placed in the 7th house and Ketu is placed in the 1st house, and Venus is afflicted or weak in the chart, then problems with wife is seen. When retrograde Jupiter is placed in the 7th house and 7th house lord is associated with Rahu or Ketu or Mars, then problems with wife is seen. When combust Jupiter is in the 7th house and combust Mars is in the 1st house and Venus is afflicted, then problems with wife is seen. When Venus is in Krur or Tikshna Nakshatra, then wife can indulge in black magic activities or wife can be utterly dangerous and can cause much harm to her husband and to her in-laws by means of black magic. In some scenarios, such a wife has also contacted a contract killer, a supari killer, to kill her husband. Purva Falguni, Purva Shadha, Purva Bhadrapad, Bharani, Magha are addressed as Krur, meaning cruel nakshatras, while Mula, Jeshta, Adra, Ashlesha are Tikshna nakshatras. Krur means cruel and Tikshna means sharp like knife. Whenever Venus and 7th house lord falls in these Krur or Tikshna nakshatras and the 7th house and 11th house lord is afflicted by malefic planets, then the marriage is problematic and relation with wife is always stressed. Additionally, whenever Additionally, if you find or if you are able to find out, additionally, if your wife's moon is in Krur or Tikshna Nakshatra, then also it becomes a big problem, especially if your Venus is afflicted and if her moon is in Tikshna or Krur nakshatras. In many cases, I have observed that a wife or ex-wife indulges in black magic spells to cause much harm to her ex-husband or to her present husband. Such scenarios occur when Venus is shady. Venus is placed in the 8th, 12th or 6th house and it is associated with 8th or 12th house lord. as well as if Venus is also in Krur or Tikshna Nakshatra, then it is a very difficult situation. It is a very sad situation, and the husband literally suffers every day because of his wife, who is no less than a witch. Whenever seventh house lord is Mercury and Mercury is combust or retrograde and the native is Mangalik, meaning whenever Mars is placed in the first, fourth, seventh, eighth, or 12th house, then the native is Mangalik. And so, when you are a Manglik and when Venus is afflicted in your chart and seventh house Lord is afflicted or seventh house Lord is combust or retrograde, then definitely such a native's wife is quarrelsome, nagging, and can cause much harm to her husband and his family. Overall, as you all may have understood, there are many more combinations. However, for now, you all must remember that whenever Venus is afflicted and seventh house Lord is combust or retrograde, and on top of that, if Rahu or Ketu occupy seventh house or aspect seventh house, then definitely you are going to suffer at the hands of your wife. Although this suffering is a payback for all the terrible things you did to woman in your past life. So instead of cursing your destiny and blaming your wicked wife, try to look within and realize your own shortcomings, and thereby try to practice tolerance. Or simply try to come out of this marriage by showing courage and not bothering about society and what people will say if you get a divorce. Always remember, when it is 12 in the noon, it is not the society that comes to feed you your lunch. When it is 8 p.m. in the night, it is not the society. When it is 8 p.m. in the night, it is not the society who comes to feed you your dinner. So then why you worry about society? Always remember, there are all kinds of people in this world. Even on this YouTube forum, there are people who try to dictate me. Even on this YouTube forum, there are people who try to dictate me on what should I say and what I should not. And I don't give a damn to such idiotic people. I just block them. You have to cut all those who have no understanding and who try to show off their intelligence when nobody has asked for it. So just don't give a damn to society. Be yourself. Be an individual. Live for one day, but live like a lion. Roar like a lion. And let your wicked wife know that you too can fight, that you too have the courage to fight for your freedom, to fight for justice. My utmost love and support to all those poor husbands who are suffering at the hands of their wife. I know that nobody would dare to talk against such difficult wives because they are women. But I am talking because I want to highlight these facts that there are dangerous, very difficult, insensitive, selfish wives who can cause much damage, and yet the society would never say anything about it because the society is a hypocrite. Always remember, hypocrisy is cheap. You don't have to pay anything for it, but you are destroying your very soul and your very possibility of growth. Never be a hypocrite. Whatsoever the price, always remember, never be a hypocrite. Whatsoever the price you have to pay, it is better to pay it. But never ever be a hypocrite. Enough for now. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru. 20th May is Shani Amavasya. Shani Amavasya occurs when Amavasya or new moon day occurs on a Saturday. Amavasya is closely connected with the state of combustion. Combustion means asta. Moon is combust during Amavasya. What it means is that moon is present but its presence is not felt. So now you understand how combustion works. Whenever a certain planet is combust in your chart, then its presence will not be felt, meaning it will remain ineffective in providing any concrete results. For example, if your seventh house lord is combust, then you may get married, but you may experience absence of marriage partner during major phases of your life. And if seventh house is afflicted, then a divorce can also happen. On Saturday 20th May, moon will remain combust because it's a new moon day, Amavasya. During Amavasya, you may experience certain absence or delays or frustrations in the matters of the house ruled by moon in your moon chart. Additionally, it may also impact your mind negatively, and if you are too much driven by your mind, then you may fall into depression. However, for spiritual practitioners, Amavasya is a wonderful day since moon, that is, the mind, is absent, and so it is a beautiful event for meditation and mantra chanting. The effect of Amavasya is greater on the majority of human population because most of the human population is driven by their mind. And so when mind or moon is combust, then the mind is unable to operate in its full capacity. And thus people tend to go out of control and in the process cause much damage to themselves as well as to others. In this podcast, based on each zodiac sign, I will quickly highlight certain areas of life that you must focus. Aries natives should focus on securing their finances and family. On new moon day, chant Om Namah Shivaya. Taurus natives should focus on health, focus on regular exercising, practice diet control. On new moon day, chant Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Gemini natives should focus on saving money. Stop spending and start saving. Remember, every drop counts. Similarly, every penny counts. So save more and spend less. On a new moon day, chant Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Cancer natives. Cancer natives should focus on positive thoughts and try to stay away from negative folks. Remember, there are always jealous people who will try to pull your legs, but you should not focus on those idiots. Instead, you should focus on your friends and well wishers. On a new moon day, chant Om Namo Narayanaya, Om Namo Narayanaya, Om Namo Narayanaya. Leo natives should focus on their work. Try to scale up the level of your performance at work. If you are a businessman, then focus on strategies that can help you to gain more profit margins. Basically, this new moon is an indication that you should remain focused on your career goals and you should not let anything else distract you from your business or career goals. On a new moon day, chant Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Virgo natives should focus on self growth. This new moon day is a good aspect for spiritual pursuits. You may meet some holy saint or some spiritual dignitary. Basically, this phase will make you more spiritual. On a new moon day, chant Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Libra natives should focus on being positive. Don't entertain negative thoughts. This new moon phase can cause some troubles due to black magic spells or due to some negative jealous people who will try to harm you. But you should focus on reading the holy scriptures of your faith and you should chant daily. On a new moon day, chant Om Ram Krishna Hari, Om Ram Krishna Hari, Om Ram Krishna Hari. Scorpio natives should focus on their relationship. Issues in marriage or relationship is possible during this phase. So if you are in a relationship or if you are married, then stay calm and focus on securing a harmonious environment at home. On a new moon day, chant Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Sagittarius natives should focus on maintaining positive environment at workplace. Try to avoid conflicts at work. Take good care of your health as this phase can lead to some sudden health issues. On a new moon day, chant Om Vishnave Namaha, Om Vishnave Namaha, Om Vishnave Namaha. Capricorn natives should take care of their stomach. Digestion issues may arise. You may become prone to severe acidity, so avoid eating junk food. Maintain a good sattvic diet. If you are in a relationship, then be aware, as this is not a period to fight with your lover. On a new moon day, chant Om Ram Krishna Hari, Om Ram Krishna Hari, Om Ram Krishna Hari. Aquarius natives should focus on their home environment. Ensure that there are no fights and arguments with your mother or at home in general. Drive safely. Some issues with your car or bike may arise, so take good care of your vehicle. In our Hindu faith, we address vehicle as Goddess Lakshmi, since it is our vehicle that enables us to move around the town, and thus so many tasks are accomplished by the blessing of our vehicle, Goddess Lakshmi. And so take good care of your vehicle. On a new moon day, chant Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha, Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Pisces natives should focus on maintaining good relations with siblings and neighbors. Take care while traveling. Also, do not get depressed, as the new moon phase is a passing phase, and so after 4 days you will start feeling better. On a new moon day, chant Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. New Moon Day or Amavasya is a day when the mind is at its lowest point. And so, generally, black magic works fast during Amavasya, since black magic's main target is the human mind. A weak mind is an easy victim of black magic, whereas a strong mind is difficult to target. Now, the obvious question that may arise in your mind is that how to strengthen the mind. And the answer is found in Bhagwan Raman Maharshi's sharing. Bhagwan Raman Maharshi says, turn your mind inwards. Focus on chanting a specific mantra, because when you chant, your mind becomes one pointed, and that brings strength to the mind. It is such a beautiful sharing that the wise would immediately understand the essence of this beautiful sharing. Negative people, cheap, offensive people are therefore very active during the new moon day, because already they have a very bad moon placement in their chart. And on top of that, new moon day or Amavasya provides them with a perfect stage to cause much harm to good, peace loving people. And so many good, innocent men and women And so many good, innocent men and women are targeted by such negative people who use all kinds of black magic spells to cause much damage in their life. The best way to overcome black magic spell is to adhere. The best way to overcome black magic spell is to follow a sattvic way of life. Sattvic way of life means a life wherein you eat well, you chant daily, you meditate daily, you donate money or food to the needy, and you stay away from all kinds of negative, cheap, offensive fellows by blocking them right away. Remember, much has to be cut, only the essential has to be kept. During Amavasya or New Moon Day, the mind becomes uneasy. It is natural because such a great play of the moon is happening in the sky. New moon occurs when the moon is on the same side of earth as the sun. New moons generally can't be seen, but the uneasiness that it brings is very pronounced, and many people suffer mentally during Amavasya or New Moon Day. And the only question that these men and women have is how to put the mind at peace. And that reminds me of a beautiful story. It happened so that Bodhidharma, the great enlightened master, arrived in China, and the emperor went to receive him. The emperor said, "My mind is very uneasy, very disturbed, and you are a great sage, and I have been waiting for you. Tell me what I should do to put my mind at peace." Bodhidharma said, "You don't do anything. First, you bring your mind to me." The emperor could not follow what he said. "What do you mean?" He said, "Come in the morning at 4 o'clock when nobody is there. Come alone and remember to bring your mind with you." The emperor couldn't sleep the whole night. Many times he cancelled the whole idea. This man seems to be mad. What does he mean? Come with your mind, don't forget. The man was so enchanting, so charismatic that he couldn't cancel the appointment, as if a magnet was pulling him. At 4 o'clock, he jumped out of the bed and said, "Whatsoever happens, I must go. This man may have something. His eyes say that he has something. Looks a little crazy, but still I must go and I must see what can happen." So he reached, and Bodhidharma was sitting with his big staff. He said, "So you have come. Where is your mind? Have you brought it or not?" The emperor said, "You talk nonsense. When I am here, my mind is here, and it is not something which I can forget somewhere. And it is not something which I can forget somewhere. It is in me." So Bodhidharma said, "Okay, so the first thing is decided, that the mind is within you." The emperor said, "Okay, the mind is within me." Bodhidharma said, "Now close your eyes and find out where it is. And if you can find out where it is, immediately indicate to me. I will put it at peace." So the emperor closed his eyes, tried and tried, looked and looked. The more he looked, the more he became aware there is no mind. Mind is an activity. It is not something there so you can pinpoint it. But the moment you realized that it is not something, but the moment he realized that it is not something, then the absurdity of his quest became exposed to himself. If it is not something, nothing can be. If it is not something, nothing can be done about it. If it is an activity, then don't do the activity. That's all. If it is like walking, don't walk. He opened his eyes. He bowed down to Bodhidharma and said, "There is no mind to be found." Bodhidharma said, "Then I have put it at peace. And whenever you feel that you are uneasy, just look within where that uneasiness is. The very look is anti mind, because look is not a thinking. And if you look intensely, your whole energy becomes a look, and the same energy becomes movement and thinking. And that energy is your consciousness. Consciousness is itself an energy field. And the more you become conscious, the more you realize that there is no mind to be found. That's why Bhagwan Raman Maharshi says, the nature of the mind is to wander. You are not the mind. So, on this biggest Shani Amavasya, no matter how many people try to target you, no matter how many people try to finish you, no matter how many people try to ridicule you, I tell you, you don't worry much. Just focus on your self growth and follow a sattvic way of life. Sing in praise of the Lord. Read the holy scriptures of your faith. Remember, change happens within only when you put aside the mind and follow your heart. Your heart is beautiful. My sharing is from heart to heart, and my doors are open only to a selective class of people who follow their heart and who are focused on their self growth. To such beautiful fellows, I am always available. Always remember, class has nothing to do with money, caste, creed, or color of your skin. When I say class, it is only related to the depth of understanding and the beauty of your heart. After all, life becomes a beautiful painting, a dance, when there is a heart to heart connection. And I am seeking such beautiful hearts, and I know they are few, very few. Remember, only from the heart can you touch the sky. Purify your heart by daily chanting and daily meditations. Focus on your friends. Focus on being in satsang. Satsang means associating with good people, or simply to be in the company of those who seek the ultimate truth. Remember, what you focus on grows. Your focus determines your reality. Love to all my close followers. Stay cautious. Jai Sri Ganesha. Jai Guru. Guru is Vivek. Vivek means having a good sense of judgment. A man who has a very powerful, strong guru in his chart is always addressed as Vivekashil. A Vivekashil person is a rational person who makes decision based on his awareness. He is not an emotional fool. He has the wisdom of understanding what is right and what is wrong, and he always follows the path of righteousness. He is a faithful man who understands the language of gratitude. Such a man is a beautiful man. Rahu is like a ghost whose many wishes have remained unfulfilled, and so he is all fired up to satisfy his intense desires. And so when Guru comes in contact with Rahu, these intense desires blocks the consciousness of the person, and then the person makes wrong decisions and many a times may also get cheated by others, or he himself may cheat others to satisfy his intense desires. Desires lead to many miseries. And so when Rahu shadows Jupiter, or when Rahu Jupiter conjuncts, then the person tend to dig his own grave, meaning he creates his own problems because of the desires that drive him crazy. Now, even in this unholy, corrupt conjunction, there is a ray of hope. That ray of hope is based on the sign that Rahu occupies. If the sign is Virgo, Gemini, Taurus, Libra, Capricorn, or Aquarius, and the Lord of this sign is placed positively, then it signifies that the desires are of high quality, good quality, and the person may succeed in attaining his desires or goals in life. So, in simple words, whenever Rahu Guru conjunction happens in Virgo, Gemini, Taurus, Libra, Capricorn, or Aquarius sign, and if the Lord of this sign is placed in good house, then the person will do well in his material life and will attain much wealth and fame. And so, as a matter of fact, many rich and famous people are born with this conjunction. However, please note that being rich means not that you are a good person, that you have a good character. Having lots of money has nothing to do with quality of life. And so, even though if this conjunction happens in the signs that I mentioned, still the after effect of this conjunction always remains. Meaning, the person may achieve much wealth and fame, but he may also secretly indulge. But he may also secretly indulge in corrupt practices.
Along with Guru Rahu, if Venus is afflicted and seventh house lord is associated with malefic, then the person may become a sex maniac. His sexual urge will drive him crazy. He will look out for more and more sexual pleasures. Michael Jackson, Madonna are some of the examples of such a conjunction, in which, along with Guru Rahu conjunction, their Venus is also afflicted, causing too many sexual encounters and sexual allegations. When Guru Rahu conjunction is found with a poor moon and poor Mercury placement, then you will find someone as cruel as Joseph Stalin. Stalin had his moon in the 8th house, and his moon was in Virgo sign. Stalin was the founder of Soviet Russia, and during his tenure, he killed over 40 million people. Many were executed, many froze and perished in forced labor camps. Many died of starvation during the massive famines, and he designed as punishments for the disobedient. So you see why Guru Rahu is addressed by ancient seers as Guru Chandal Yug, because this conjunction simply blocks the consciousness of the person, and the person does so many cruel acts in the state of ignorance that he have to pay heavily in the next birth and the births beyond. Stalin became world famous leader. Madonna, Michael Jackson became world famous celebrities. But behind this glamour and power, there is much corruption and cruelty that the world at large is unable to see. And so, this conjunction is therefore a perfect sign of a hypocrite person. Many pundits and scholars are born with this placement, but most of them are fake hypocrites. In rare case, when Jupiter is Vargottam, or Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, or Jupiter is placed in the 10th house or 1st house with Moon, Sun, or Mercury, then the negative effects of this conjunction tone down to a large extent. Else, there is no hope. There is no hope. The native may become rich, but that certainly doesn't change his reality. He remains a corrupt person, a hypocrite. It is necessary to remember that life never comes in black and white format. There are always grey shades in human life. Similarly, just one bad conjunction cannot define you as a good or bad person. It may give a certain idea of a loose or bad character, but by chance, if there are some other good conjunction or placements in the chart, then the overall prediction may come out positive. So one has to look into all the planetary aspects before concluding. However, at large, this conjunction is indeed a very unholy conjunction. I think after Shani Rahu conjunction, this is the second unholy conjunction in astrology. It also signifies Pitru Dosh, and relations with father or fatherly figures are always stressed, and the person generally is unable to experience peace, bliss, and joy in life.
This conjunction happens after every 9 or 10 years. So this is indeed a significant conjunction that signify a problematic child who is bound to cause much harm to others as well as to himself by living an ignorant life. Many a times this conjunction may also attract more curse in life. So when this conjunction happens, blessings are less and curses are more. It is indeed a very difficult conjunction. In a woman's chart, this conjunction can lead to severe problems in marriage, and the husband is not a good character. And the husband is also offensive and abusive by nature, especially if the woman's seventh house lord and sun is afflicted. Black magic is one peculiar trend of this conjunction. If this conjunction has any connection with 6th, 8th, or 12th house, then definitely this person may become a victim of black magic spell, or the person himself may indulge in casting black magic spells on others. Black magic is one trend of this conjunction. If this conjunction has any connection with 6th, 8th, or 12th house, then definitely this person may become a victim of black magic spell, or the person himself may indulge in casting black magic spells on others. Now, in the coming days of June 2023, this unholy conjunction is happening. And so, you all, and I say this only to my close followers, that you all should remain cautious and try not to fall for any temptations. During such a phase, many people are cheated. Many people become a victim of black magic spells. Many people die in accidents, road accidents, and many people also become a target of political games. Terrorists Terrorists may become active during this phase and can cause much harm to innocent people. And so, governments across the world should remain vigilant. This year 2023, as per Vedic astrology, the unholy conjunction of Jupiter Rahu is happening on 1st June 2023. And the impact of this conjunction will remain for the entire month of June 2023. So you all should remain cautious. Do not let your desires drive you crazy. Neem Karoli Baba says, if you have a desire of drinking a cup of tea, don't drink, and after a while the desire will go away. The message of the Master is that if you don't entertain your desires, then after a while those desires will disappear. However, the main challenge is not falling for your desire, and only that man or woman can become victorious who is chanting daily, who is reading the holy scriptures of his religion, who is taking efforts towards his self growth, to such a man, to such a woman, controlling desires becomes easier because the desires are of the mind, and through consistent spiritual practice you can control your mind. And when mind comes in your control, desires can be controlled easily than otherwise. So, Guru Rahu conjunction is not a difficulty for good heart spiritual people who do daily chanting and daily meditations. I always encourage the practice of reciting the holy scriptures or reciting the shlokas or stotras. Shlokas are like sermons, so along with chanting and meditation, one should also recite shloka daily. Consistency is important. Whether you recite for 10 minutes or 100 minutes is not important. What is important that you recite every day and you maintain consistency in your spiritual practice. When people say that I chant today and then I take a break of 2 days, it means that they are falling prey to the fancies of their mind. And this is dangerous. And there is no other way than to tame your mind. Remember, mind is a beautiful servant, but a dangerous master. Never ever make your mind as your master. Always try to make your mind a servant, a slave. Enough for now. I will be back soon. Thanks to all those who love me as well as to all those who hate me. It is interesting to know that when you hate someone, you always remember that person. That person remains in your mind. And someday, hate can transform into love. So it is okay to have haters, but it is very unfortunate to have hypocrites who smile on your face, but as soon as you turn your back, they start criticizing and abusing you. It is always good to have a person who is truthful. Then, no matter whether he hates you, one day this truthfulness may transform him, may change his perspective towards you, and he may start loving you. That's how Saul was. Saul used to hate Jesus. He was so anti Christ that his whole life was devoted to destroying Christians and Christianity. His whole dedication was to persecute Christians, destroying any possibility of Christianity for the future, and effacing the name of Christ. He must have hated tremendously. His hate cannot be ordinary. When you devote your whole life to the object of your hatred, it is bound to be really total. Otherwise, who cares? If you hate something, you don't devote your whole life to it. But if you hate totally, then it becomes a life and death problem. Persecuting Christians, destroying their power holds, arguing with Christians, convincing them that this was nonsense, that this man Jesus was mad, a neurotic, a pretender, and one day it happened. The miracle happened. He was going to persecute more Christians in another town.
And on the way, he was alone. And suddenly, he saw Jesus appearing out of nowhere and asking him, "Why do you persecute me?" Out of shock, terror, he fell on the ground, crying great tears of repentance. The vision disappeared, and with the disappearance of the vision, the old Saul disappeared. To remember this point, he changed his name to Paul. The old man was dead, a new man had arrived, and he became the founder of the Christian church. He became a great lover of Jesus, the greatest lover the world has ever known. Hate can become love. Jesus did not appear. It was just the intensity of his hate that projected Jesus. It was not Jesus who asked him, "Why do you persecute me?" It was his own unconscious which was suffering so much because of this hatred for Jesus. It was his own unconscious that asked him, "Why do you persecute me?" It was his own unconscious that became personified in the vision of Jesus. The miracle happened because the hate was total. Whenever anything is total, it turns into its opposite. This is a great secret to be remembered. Whenever something is total, it changes into its opposite because there is no way to go any further. The cul de sac has arrived. Watch an old clock with a pendulum. It goes on and on. The pendulum goes to the left, to the extreme left, and then there is a point beyond which it cannot go. Then it starts moving towards the right. Opposites are complementaries. If you can suffer your suffering in totality, in great intensity, you will be surprised. Saul becomes Paul. You will not be able to believe it when it happens for the very first time that your own suffering, absorbed willingly, welcomingly, becomes a great blessing. The same energy that becomes hate becomes love. The same energy that becomes pain becomes pleasure. The same energy that becomes suffering becomes bliss. And so, I am okay if someone hates me. One day, when his hate becomes total, then there will be no way than to come back. That is how people come back. First, they will hate you, and then, when their hate becomes total, then there is no point beyond, then they start moving towards the right. This is the way of its happening. This is how it happens. Millions of haters have transformed into lovers, great lovers. Love is the path. There are many ways to reach God. I choose love, says Rumi. And so it is okay to hate someone, but never become a hypocrite. That is the biggest curse, a perfect ticket to hell. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru.
Ashwini rising on ascendant leads to a sporty nature person. Such a person is very dashing and likes to indulge in all kinds of sport activities. Racing, fighting, dancing, and all kind of adventures is what this person likes. Such a person loves action. Don't ever dare to taste the patience of such a person because he will not hesitate in taking action. Such a person is very straightforward and will not hesitate to speak up his mind. He is a brave person and he has the courage to fight for his rights. Opposite Ashwini is Swati Nakshatra. Swati is a overthinker and generally takes action after evaluating all the pros and cons of the situation. But Ashwini is super fast. They will die for you and they may even take your life without thinking much. I personally like Ashwini because it is only when you are utterly mad that you can jump into the unknown. That is why the master says, jump first and then think as much as you want to. It is easy to transform a mad person because, in a way, he is already out of his mind, but through the wrong door. You just have to show him the right door, the door of meditation, the door of turning inwards, the door of daily chanting, and then such a person transforms much faster than your so called sane people. That is why Avatar Meher Baba used to go out in search of mad people, because they are the ones who can become the future Buddha. And so Ashwini can turn out to be the most beautiful, transformative nakshatra if such a person gets proper spiritual guidance and motivation. Love to all Ashwini fellows. Magha rising on ascendant leads to a person who takes great pleasure in creative arts, creative pursuits, and is a master performer. Such a person is much inclined towards upasana. Upasana means worshipping. If the chart has a good quality placement signifying spiritual inclination, then Magha rising on ascendant is a perfect sign that the person will progress much on his spiritual path through devoted worship. Bhakti Marg or the devotional path is the best for such a person, and in our Hindu faith, Lord Dattatreya, Lord Ganesha, or Lord Vishnu is the supreme deity of the person born on Magha. Magha loves to show off, and I think there is nothing wrong about it. If you have what it takes, then what is wrong in flaunting it, or for matter to show off? Showing off also reflects the natural confidence. And so, if Sun and Jupiter is powerful in the chart, then such a person is always blessed with super confidence. Always remember, confidence is always silent, whereas insecurity is always loud. Have you seen a person driving car for the very first time? He keeps pressing the horn of the car because he is still not confident. But a person who has been driving for 2 decades will not honk. He will be quiet and you will not even know when he has slipped out. That too without making any noise, without honking. Magha brings abundance of confidence, and primarily this happens because the person is truthful and transparent in his overall behavior. Many people suffer from low confidence because of their acharan. Acharan means how you live your life.
When you are living a total corrupt life, when your acharan is corrupt, meaning your way of life is total corrupt, then when you don't walk the talk, then you suffer from low confidence. If you want to raise your confidence, then follow the three steps that I am mentioning in this podcast. Meditate and chant daily, the very first step. The second step, stay away from negative, cheap, offensive people who do not resonate with your thoughts. Remember, as you meditate and chant daily, your standard of thoughts will rise to new higher levels. And so you may start realizing that you need to change your friends for good. And this is how you slowly start forming new friendships, friendships with higher souls. This is what we call satsang. And the last and very important point, ensure that you take proper food intake. Don't eat anywhere. Avoid eating street food. Focus on what you eat, where you eat, and who cooks your food. Because food directly impacts your mind. And if you are still in the very beginning stage of your spiritual life, then you should take utmost care when it comes to your food intake. That is why the sannyasi, that is a monk, always cooks his own food. But since you are not a monk, you are living in a material life, then you should take care before you eat. You should investigate on who has cooked your food, and you should also focus on the place where you eat. But this is the most important point when it comes to living a sattvic way of life. Overall, Magha rising on ascendant is a perfect sign of a worshipper who loves God and whose primary purpose is to shine and bring glory to God. Paramahams Yogananda was born on Magha Nakshatra, meaning Magha was rising on his ascendant when he was born. And I must say that I too have a very close connection with Magha. Love to all Magha fellows. Do what needs to be done. You are a hero and you should continue to live a heroic life. The most suitable definition of heroic life is found in the life of Paramahams Yogananda. He lived for others. Paramahams Yogananda quotes, "There is a magnet in your heart that will attract true friends. That magnet is unselfishness, thinking of others first. When you learn to live for others, they will live for you." Magha means great, and I must say that many great spiritual men and women are born with Magha rising on ascendant. And I bow before all of them. May their blessings be always with me. And now comes Mula. Mula rising on ascendant leads to a person who is much inclined towards understanding the higher philosophies and higher knowledge. Such a person is a knowledge seeker. I love one quality of Mula which is very rare to find, and that quality is to seek. Buddha always used to say, I want seekers and not believers. Mula natives are born seekers, and that is why to have a disciple born with Mula ascendant is actually a good thing, because such a person can jump. Such a person can do anything to attain the grace of the Guru. Such a person is fearless. He can do that what others cannot do, and therefore he can experience the beyond which others can't. I meet many people, and most of them are just talkers. They will talk and talk, but when it comes to the actual jumping, they will hesitate. But Mula is not like that. Mula will jump. Every spiritual master loves to have a disciple born with Mula rising on ascendant, because they truly are gone cases. And in spirituality, only gone cases can become enlightened. Sane people has no vacancy in the kingdom of God. They are too much into their head. They are too much into their logic and intellectuality. And spirituality can be experienced only when you think less and feel more. Remember, it is through your heart that you can touch the sky. Mula natives may appear as weird because these poor fellows do not understand the ways of this fake world. They are unable to give a fake smile when they don't want to smile. So you see, then this fake world starts criticizing them and labeling them as insensitive fellows. But I think there is nobody as sensitive as Mula Nakshatra natives. The intensity of feeling is just too much within them. It is just that at times they don't understand how to express, and that's where they go wrong. When it comes to Mula Nakshatra, it reminds me of Bodhidharma's first disciple, Hui Ko. Hui Ko must be a Mula native, because what he did, probably nobody could have dared to do it. And the story is very interesting. During his stay in China, Bodhidharma could only find four disciples. Only four. and it took 9 years for him to find the very first disciple. Many people would come to seek his blessing and to ask him questions. But Bodhidharma said that I will answer. But Bodhidharma said that I will answer only to that man who is worthy of being my disciple. And unless somebody who deserved to be my disciple comes, and unless somebody who deserved to be my disciple comes, I will not look at the audience. And for 9 years, Bodhidharma never looked at the audience, the people who came to meet him. Instead, he turned his back and looked at the wall. People used to come and they would sit behind him. It was a strange situation. And when someone asked Bodhidharma, why you never face the people but instead sit facing the wall? Bodhidharma said, people hurt me more. The wall is better than people. Looking at the shallowness of the people, it hurts me more than otherwise. So I continue to sit by facing the wall, and I will turn around and look at the people only if somebody proves by his action that he is ready to be my disciple. 9 years passed. People could not find what to do. What action would satisfy him? They could not figure it out. And then came this young man, Huiko. He cut off one of his hands with the sword and threw the bleeding hand before Bodhidharma and said, this is the beginning. Either you turn or my head will be falling before you. I am going to cut my head too. Bodhidharma quickly got up, turned around and looked into the eyes of Huiko and said, you are really a man worthy of me. No need to cut the head, we have to use it. This man, Huiko, was his first disciple. Who can cut his head? Who can cut his hand and throw before the master? Only a man who is utterly mad in love with the Guru. Only a man who has the potential to move beyond the mind. Only the man who is total Ketuish. You see, for 9 years, Bodhidharma was looking for such a beautiful person who is willing to do anything just to become his disciple, just to receive his love, just to be with his omnipresence, just to be in his omnipresence. And this is what has been happening in the whole history of mankind. Only that man, only that woman who has been able to jump without thinking, without bringing head in between, without bringing the mind in between, only such a man, such a woman has been able to jump, and only those who have jumped have went on to experience that which the intellectuals, the philosophers, and the money makers haven't. Bodhidharma was looking for such men and such women, and they are always in minority. Jesus had only 12 apostles, and they were like Hoiko. They all just with two words of Jesus, follow me, started following Jesus. And they were not even aware of this man whom they met for the very first time in their life. But just one call, just one message, follow me, and they could feel that this man is something. And they must be Ketuish because they were able to jump. They simply started following this young man whom the others addressed as Jesus. Huiko was indeed the most beautiful person, one of the greatest disciples of Bodhidharma. And the story does not end here. The story indeed never ends, and so does the cycle of birth and rebirth. And so, after Huiko, Bodhidharma was able to find only three more disciples in his entire stay of 10 years in China. And then one day, Bodhidharma decided to leave for the Himalayas. And so he called all his four disciples and said, I have decided to live for the Himalayas forever. But before I leave, tell me in plain words the essence of my teaching, because I need to select one of you as my successor. Because I need to select one of you as my successor. The first disciple said, your teaching is of going beyond the mind, to be silent, to turn inwards. Bodhidharma said, your answer is right, but it doesn't satisfy me. You have my skin. The second disciple said, your teaching is of to know that there is no I, and that one should live in total surrender to the existence. Bodhidharma said, a little better, but not up to my standards. Sit down, you have my bones. The third disciple said, nothing can be said. There is absolutely no word that can describe the depth of your teachings. Bodhidharma said, good, but you have already said something about it. You have contradicted yourself. Sit down, you have my marrow. Now, only the fourth disciple was left. And the fourth disciple was Huiko. And Huiko simply dropped at the feet of Bodhidharma. He said nothing, absolutely nothing, and just tears flowed through his eyes. Bodhidharma raised him up and said, you have said it. You will be my successor. How to express the teaching of the Master? It cannot be expressed in words. Truth cannot be expressed in words. Truth can only be expressed in silence, blissful silence. Huiko was indeed the only disciple who could relate to the heart of Bodhidharma. He had truly melted in the Master. Oneness, and where there is oneness, and where there is oneness, words are not required. Silence is enough. Real communication happens in silence. Huiko is one good representation of Mula Nakshatra. Who would dare to cut his hand to become a disciple of a great master. Such a daring is only possible by someone who has a mula on his rising. You may address him as a gone case, you may call him mad, but it is his madness that has brought him at the feet of the Master. It is his madness that has enabled him to experience the divine. Mula Nakshatra has that determination, is determined to go through all the pains and sufferings to attain the ultimate truth, to attain the love of the Master. To such a Mula Nakshatra, I prostrate and pray that such a daring imbibe within me as well. To such a Mula Nakshatra, I prostrate and pray that such a daring nature also imbibe within me, because without daring, there is no possibility of attaining anything in life. Enough for today. My utmost love to all my Ketu brothers and sisters who are born with rising Ashwini, Magha or Mula on their ascendant. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru.
If your Atmakarak planet is in the nakshatra of Mercury, then fast on Wednesdays and donate sweets and clothes to Yonak or Hijada on Wednesdays. Visiting Lord Ganesha on Wednesdays will also help you to strengthen your Atmakarak planet. If your Atmakarak planet is in the nakshatra of Saturn, then fast on Saturdays and donate fried food to beggars or poor men and women on Saturdays. Visiting Lord Hanuman and Shani temple on Saturdays will also help you to strengthen your Atmakarak planet. If your Atmakarak planet is in the nakshatra of Jupiter, then fast on Thursdays and donate money to priests or pandits on Thursdays. You can also invite some good learned pandits for a lunch on Thursdays. Visiting Lord Vishnu temple or Sai Baba temple on Thursdays will also help you to strengthen your Atmakarak planet. If your Atmakarak planet is in the nakshatra of Mars, then fast on Tuesdays and feed monkeys and stray dogs. The blessings of stray dogs and monkeys will help you prosper in life. Visiting Lord Hanuman temple on Tuesdays will also help you to strengthen your Atmakarak planet. If your Atmakarak planet is in the nakshatra of Sun, then fast on Sundays and donate food grains to priests or pandits. You can also donate gold to pandits, as this is considered as one of the most effective remedy to overcome all the challenges of life. You can also donate gold to Sai Baba temple or temples of your choice. Visiting Lord Ganesha temple on Sunday will also help you to strengthen your Atmakarak planet. If your Atmakarak If your Atmakarak planet is in the nakshatra of moon, then fast on Mondays and feed milk to stray dogs. You can also invite some good learned pundits for a lunch on Mondays. Visiting Lord Shiva temple on Mondays will also help you to strengthen your Atmakarak planet. If your Atmakarak planet is in the nakshatra of Rahu, then fast on Wednesdays and donate money to Hijras or to eunuch. Feed pigeons and crows. Donate cooking oil to shrines or temples. Visiting Lord Kala Bhairav temple on Wednesdays will also help you to strengthen your Atmakarak planet. If your Atmakarak planet is in the nakshatra of Ketu, then fast on Thursdays and donate money to priests or pandits on Thursdays. You can also invite some good learned pandits for a lunch on Thursdays. Visiting Lord Vishnu temple or Sai Baba temple on Thursdays will also help you to strengthen your Atmakarak planet. Always remember, Rahu and Ketu are never considered as Atmakarak planet. So if Rahu or Ketu is in the highest degree in your chart, then ignore them and look for the next highest degree planet. For example, if Rahu is in 28 degree and after Rahu, the second highest degree planet is Venus, that is in 24 degree, then Venus in 24 degree becomes your Atmakarak planet. If both planets are in the same degree, then both planets will become your Atmakarak planet. For example, if Mercury and Venus both are in 24 degree, then both become your Atmakarak planets. Atmakarak planet signify your overall character and strength of the character. Atmakarak planet is as good as your ascendant lord or ascendant itself. In my next podcast, I will talk on Amatya Karak. Jai Sri Ganesha, Jai Guru.